Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes the Honorable Catherine Gonzalez, Assistant Secretary of State, to read the proclamation.
To the people of Kansas, greetings. Whereas the Kansas Constitution's provision for the governor to convene a special session of the legislature by legislative petition is an important mechanism for Kansans to have their voices heard by and through their elected representatives in special circumstances. And whereas Article 1, Section 5 of the Kansas Constitution provides that when a petition signed by at least 2/3 of the members of the House of Representatives and by at least 2/3 of the members of the Senate, the governor shall call the legislature into special session. And whereas KSA 46-1401 provides that each signature page composing such legislative petition shall state a uniform time and date at which the petition seeks to convene the legislature, and that each legislator's signature shall be notarized. And whereas on November 12, 2021, my office received petition signature pages from 86 members of the House of Representatives and 29 members of the Senate, each calling for the legislature to convene in special session on November 22nd, 2021 at 10 a.m. And whereas, after thorough review, the petition consists of sufficient signature pages that substantially comply with the requirements of KSA 46-1401 to reach the 2/3 requirement for both the House of Representatives and the Senate. And whereas the governor's constitutional obligation to call a special session of the legislature in these circumstances is clear. Now, therefore, I, Laura Kelly, Governor of the State of Kansas, by the authority vested in me by the Constitution of the State of Kansas, and having determined that the petition signatures submitted substantially comply with applicable legal requirements, do hereby call the legislature of the State of Kansas into special session at the Capitol in Topeka, Kansas, on the 22nd day of November 2021 at the hour of 10 o'clock a.m.
The 2021 special session of the Kansas Senate is called to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Ag, Bauscadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Kyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and your guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain as he gives us some special prayer cover.
Please join with me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come today entering a season of gratefulness, a season of thanksgiving. You used the psalmist in number 106, verse 1, to remind us to praise and give you thanks, for you are good and your love is enduring. And Lord, while it is a season of gratefulness, it's also a season of turmoil. We're grateful for the freedoms we have enjoyed in this nation, the freedom to bring your purposes to fruition. But Lord, your thoughts are far beyond ours, way too magnificent to fit these little pea brains of ours. So we need your divine intervention. Lord, we need you to free us from self-deception and from the falsehood of others. Let the truth that sets us free dwell richly in our hearts. And Lord, while we find ourselves in a season of turmoil, we're still looking to you and trusting you to bring us through. In the book of Esther, chapter 4, we find that your people were in turmoil and in serious need of freedom. You had placed Esther in a position of influence, but Lord, like some of us, she was reluctant to speak up. Then, for the sake of your people's freedom, you inspired Mordecai to speak up and challenge her. Lord, let the challenge that he gave to her burden our hearts. Let Mordecai's words to Esther resonate with us. When it comes to your people enjoying freedom, he told Esther not to think for a moment that because she was in a place of influence that she could keep quiet and be exonerated from the approaching negative outcomes. Don't think that by not speaking up, by not confronting the problem, you'll escape the destructive consequences. So, Lord, let each of us know that all the voices of influence in these halls are here, like Mordecai told Esther, for such a time as this. I pray this in the precious name of Jesus and for the sake of our freedoms. Lord, that we may continue to experience and enjoy your enduring love. Amen and amen. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senate, we're going to move right into business with the Vice President of the Senate, Senator Wilborn, in the chair.
We will continue with a resolution to organize the Senate. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1701 by Senators Masterson, Alley, and Sykes. A resolution relating to the organization of the Senate. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that the Secretary of the Senate notify the House of Representatives that the Senate is organized with the following officers: Ty Masterson, President; Rick Wilborn, Vice President; Larry Alley, Majority Leader; Dinah Sykes, Minority Leader; Corey Carnahan, Secretary; Don Kackler, Sergeant at Arms, and awaits the pleasure of the House of Representatives.
This constitutes the introduction of S.R. 1701. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and S.R. 1701 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carried. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1601 by Senators Masterson, Alley, and Sykes. A concurrent resolution informing the governor that the two houses of the legislature are duly organized and ready to receive communications. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas, the House of Representatives, concurring therein, that the Secretary of the Senate and the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives be appointed to await upon the governor and inform the governor that the two houses of the legislature are duly organized and are ready to receive any communications the governor may have to present.
This constitutes the introduction of SCR 1601. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and SCR 1601 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Secretary of State is appointed to inform the governor that the Senate is organized and ready to receive communications. The clerk will read. This constitutes the introduction. Yeah, okay, excuse me.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Masterson, Alley, and Wilborn, an act concerning employer COVID-19 vaccine requirements.
This constitutes the introduction of Senate Bill 1. At this time, I'm referring Senate Bill 1 to the Committee of the Whole. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and SB 1 be advanced to final action, subject to amendment, debate, and roll call.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. To carry Senate Bill 1, the chair recognizes the senator from Butler, President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And actually, we didn't do much opening remark. Thank you all for coming back. And as we address this today, I want us to keep in mind the focus of what we are trying to accomplish, which is protecting those that are right now because we're back in session in 7 weeks. But there are dates in some of these executive orders and things that are tolling right now, and there's pressure. So our goal today is to protect those individuals that are in the crosshairs between now and then. So I know as this comes forward, there's going to be many that are unsatisfied that it didn't go far enough with certain things they want to accomplish, and there's those that think we shouldn't be doing anything, that we need to leave it alone. So I understand that. So that's why I'd like to focus on the core purpose of what we're trying to accomplish today. With that, I'm going to back up and give a little posture for how we came to what we're about to address so everybody's on the same page, because I don't know any other way than just be candid about it. So after the mandates were issued from the federal government back in September, obviously we had issues compounding and energy building and employees being denied religious rights and medical exemptions. And so that's what we're here to address. So we had a joint committee on these mandates. We had multiple days of hearings, heard from well over 100 from the public and from other individuals that weighed in. We had some constitutional attorneys and other interest groups also weighed in. The purpose of that was to try to help expedite what we're trying to accomplish today. Because in a typical session, as you guys all know, and some of this is going to be for public edification so they understand what we're doing. You would come in, introduce a bill, go to committees, go the committee process, off your chamber, over to the next one. And so we were trying to emulate that up front, hear from the public up front so we could move with expedition because of these dates. So what the committee recommended is language. It's not unlike what we do in session. We'd recommend a bill number, but it was language. So that's why the language that came to you today. So the committee had recommended language that, and actually I'm just gonna walk through the whole thing. There was language submitted as proposed. Two things happened in the special committee. And one of those was, and an abundance of the language came from Iowa, who did something similar. So we weren't trying to reinvent the wheel, just create the protection. And there was an amendment offered, I actually offered it myself. In their language, they used for who can sign a medical exemption. The language that was used in the original was a physician or an APRN, I think. But it was pointed out that we have language in statutes that it pertains to medical exemptions in K-12, existing language around who can sign that, and it was broader, so we thought that's the right thing. And it's basically, and KMS had sent the language and we're comfortable with it, so it's anybody physician directed. So it's still APRNs can, physicians can, but it's a broader group, so that was changed. The second one, there was lots of conversation or concerns about some punitive action. So they didn't get fired, but I'm going to make your life miserable. And so we actually found existing language around the Whistleblower Act that dealt with that and put definitions around punitive action to protect them from that as well. So that's what came out of committee. And there were a few subsequent things that got adjusted before it came in. And first of all, there was lots of concern about what about somebody who's non-theistic, if you will. Does a religious exemption apply to them? And we found the EEOC has a definition for religious belief that includes non-theistic, and we thought that was the perfect tie-in, right? So we're tying to the EEOC's definition of religion, so it encompasses, so you didn't have to go to the extent of calling it something separate like a conscientious objection. So that definition came in. We added to the definition of employee an unpaid intern or apprentice. The idea was there that if you have a college student, for example, interning at the hospital and you have this happening, that they're treated just like any other employee for that purpose. We also added to the definition of punitive action assessing a monetary penalty or unreasonable fee, because that would be unique to this case. Then we'd been in conversation with the House and what they were wanting to see up until probably 4 o'clock yesterday. And so all this language was synonymous in both bills at this point. And we had, the other thing that the committee did was recommend that we reassure people will qualify for unemployment. Now, many of you have seen that there were two bills. One dealt strictly with the exemptions and dealing with an individual's religious liberties and their medical rights. And the other one dealt with reassuring those that if you are aggrieved by the act, meaning I have an employer that mandates, I've asked for a religious accommodation or a medical exemption, I've been denied that, and I've been fired for that purpose, I qualify for unemployment. That's what we were trying to clarify. So but we found that we could do that in one bill, and the reason we did that was there was testimony from the Kansas Chamber, and it had spreadsheets that were developed by SHRM about potential depletions of the UI fund if this bill passed. And I contended then, and I contend now, you wouldn't have had that, but nonetheless, to alleviate that, the footnote at the bottom of their own document said, if these were passed in conjunction, that cost of the UI fund would be a non-issue. So that's what we were going for, a non-issue. And so we combined the two pieces into the same bill because we felt it was important to reassure people that were aggrieved by that they would qualify for unemployment. So now that was one bill. So up until 4 o'clock, that was the conversation, and I almost forgot. The other big thing that happened in the interim is Florida passed legislation. And so we began to call it the DeSantis language. But instead of doing cause of action, it has a process, an administrative process, which included potential fines for the aggrieving. But what we saw in results of Florida is even companies like Ascension were backing off of some of the egregious actions because of that passage. So we thought that was a better approach. We thought it would relieve some things, some concerns of those that felt this was a unique cause of action. I also contest that. I don't believe it's a unique cause of action. If you have been let go for what you believe, you currently have a cause of action. But we were just kind of clarifying that. But nonetheless, this also includes the DeSantis language adjusted to Kansas's administrative process. In Florida, it was all in the Attorney General's office. The adjudication of the case happens at Department of Labor. It's a finding of fact, if you will. Did the company mandate? Did you ask properly for an exemption? Were you denied? If this is the case, it goes to the Attorney General's office for the enforcement of this act. So that's an adjustment there. So that's the extent of the changes we made to the language that was presented in committee. Yesterday, late hour, things just went kind of radio silent, and the House and I don't have their bill, so I'm not going to speak to that. I'm not going to impugn anybody's motives, but I believe they're debating a bill that does not speak to unemployment or assure those. And then I think they may have a sunset in that. But I think that's the bulk of the difference. So I think no matter what happens here today, we're headed to conference, if you will, to try to settle those issues. But I would ask that we move this through to the best of our ability. And the larger our vote count, the easier it is for us to hold a Senate position when we go in. So that's a lot of background. So what the bill essentially does, and I've kind of explained it in the interim as I've explained changes, it assures if you're a Kansas employee, that it ensures your rights to a religious exemption or a medical exemption. In a sense, it prevents the employer, and I think this is a good thing for the employer, from having to play doctor or God on your belief, right? So it's clear, and it uses the definitions that are recognized by the federal government. So this, to me, although many think it doesn't go far enough, is the thread through the needle where we can both comply with the federal mandates if they're eventually found constitutional, which I don't think they will. I think we're playing a litigation game. Do it until you're proven you can't, because we've seen a method of operation like that. But if that even were to be the case, we get all the way to the end, they find this certain mandate to be constitutional. With this, it can coexist, because we're not saying you can't have your mandate, but you must honor people's religious rights or their medical exemption as signed off by a physician. Or physician directed. Not the employer is not God or doctor. They do not have the right to make that decision. So we're just clarifying that using their very own definition so that can coexist. It's essentially identical to what Florida did. They're just marketing it a little differently, if you will. The fundamental purposes today is to reassure, to assure our citizens they have those rights, and to reassure them if they're aggrieved, they qualify for unemployment. Those are the two purposes of today. And with that, Mr. Vice President, I would stand for questions.
Are there any questions? The Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have a question for the President of the Kansas Senate. It's good to see you. I wish we weren't here for a special session, though. But if you could speak to, in order for one to be eligible for the religious exemption, would they be required to show proof? Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So the language in the bill, when you say proof, you would have to ask for accommodation. You could not just, I don't want to take the shot and quit, right, and be qualified under the way this language is. You would have to ask for the accommodation and been denied and then been fired for that. Then you are aggrieved, and rightly so. And anybody denied that and discriminated against in that way should be due unemployment. So it's addressing that. But the way the language reads in that, is simply that the employer, if they violate sincerely held religious beliefs of the employee as evidenced and accompanying a written statement signed by the employee. So what this would require is that you have a written statement signed by the employee as it pertains to your request for religious accommodation.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So just clarification, so it would be signed by the employee just stating that fact, and that would be their evidence. So no, no, like if individuals have a disability placard, or if they have a disability, usually they get a verification from a doctor so that they can get that placard to hang in the windshield. So just for clarification, because I've been asked by individuals, would they have to show proof of some to receive that exemption? So I appreciate the President of the Senate's reply. So but for clarification, he's saying that all the employee would need to do is sign an affidavit, and that's after they've been denied. Is that correct, Mr. Vice President?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Partially, the last little statement threw me. The answer, I think, is yes to what you were generally seeking. The only one that can tell you what's in your heart and your mind is you. So it is you signing that on that release. And so once you sign that, they're to assume sincerity. And it's not, I think there's some confusion that around, since it's called a religious exemption, that it must be based in a formalized religion of some sort, right? Whether you're talking Jesus or Allah, church or whatever. But that is not, the language and definition is also non-theistic, ethic and moral understandings. And if you read some of the, it's akin to a religious belief, right? Meaning I believe it that deeply. And so that is what would fit the definition that is we took in from EEOC. Thank you, Mr.
Are there any other questions? The senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on the senator from Wichita's question, if I had a note and said I want a religious exemption and just sign my name, the way I read this bill, that would cover the requirement in this law. Is that correct?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The requirement of this law is a written statement signed by the employee.
Senator Dahl.
So it would be, I want a religious exemption to sign my name, and that would take care of it, correct?
Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think if it was that, you would have a case potentially that they didn't actually fulfill that. It's a statement without, a statement signed by the employee asking for not just asking for I think it is asking for the accommodation, but for that, you would want to state why you're asking for the accommodation.
Senator Dahl from Finney.
So so I have this clear in my mind, that I would have to state a reason why, a religious reason why, a faith-based reason why I should be exempt from getting the vaccine if my employer requires it, correct?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I mean, the answer to that is yes, based on sincerely held religious belief under the definition of religious belief. So I do believe something would qualify in the akin to, I believe as much that this particular vaccine will do damage to me as much as I believe Jesus Christ rose from the dead. That is a sincerely held belief as it pertains to this.
Senator Dahl.
So in the way I read this also, this does not have to be a faith-based. I could belong to a Satan cult and get a signed release, and they would have to honor that. Is that correct?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. According to this act, religious belief includes, but is not limited to, theistic and non-theistic moral and ethical beliefs as to what is right and wrong that are sincerely held with the strength of a traditional religious view. That is the definition EEOC uses.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
So, I'm not as bright as a lot of people in here. I'll be the first to admit that. So could I have a yes or no? If I had a signed letter from a Satan cult, from a cult, a religious, a cult, a Satan cult, I could be exempt. Could I have a yes or no on that?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Under this act, I think the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate President to carry the bill would stand for a question.
Senator Will, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Could the Senate Vice President explain to me the first phrase in Section 1, notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Although I think he asked the Vice President to answer, I'll go ahead and answer myself as a carrier. So I had a similar question, and that's standard kind of entry language that is in all kinds of bills. And I actually asked a specific question to the advisor, does that in any way exempt any employer for any other reason? And the answer was no. Anybody that employs anybody in Kansas. If you're an employee in Kansas or an employer in Kansas, this applies to you, and that in no way gives you an exit. That's standard language.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to speak a little bit to this bill. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank the public for coming in and seeing how their Kansas government works, and to be mildly critical how it doesn't work. The way a bill normally gets passed into law is we take legislation and we put it before a standing committee typically, and then we have that language where we invite the public to come in. We call them conferees. And then we as legislators on that standing committee, we get to hear what the public thinks. We're not giving you that opportunity. We're not giving them that opportunity, Mr. Vice President. We're doing what they do in Washington, when they basically, both sides do it. When they legislate stuff in the middle of the night, it's like, what the heck happened? Well, here we are doing it ourselves. This is a critical issue, and the process we have before today is a disservice because we did not take this through these specific bills, these languages, to have our constituents weigh in on. And it really, Mr. Vice President, begs the question, who wrote these bills? And I take the Senate President at his word, Mr. Vice President, that, obviously it sounds like this is a very fluid, dynamic situation. Believe me, it is. As I will share some other things later on, because I'm living it right now. My wife and I are. But the point is that this process, we have abrogated the process. We've truncated it. We have not provided public input. Because I can tell you, Mr. Vice President, my emails of folks that are particularly concerned about this issue and what happens about their rights if they don't get the vaccine, their perception of what we're doing, at least the emails I'm getting from and the phone calls, they don't like what we're doing. They don't like what's in this bill. So I just want everybody to understand that we are stuck on the hook with what comes out of this committee process. I do appreciate the Senate President allowing us to offer amendments, and that is what I'm going to do here in a little bit when I tell you why. But please understand, Kansas public, we did not give them the benefit of the doubt, okay, in the process. They didn't have a chance to weigh in and see the bill. And believe me, Mr. Vice President, there are all a bunch of stakeholders on this issue. It's concerned employees, it's concerned employers, okay, it's concerned consumers. And I've always advocated that when we deal with pandemics like the COVID that's before us today, you have different stakeholder groups that before you legislate, you better have everybody weigh in and understand real clearly where everybody is at. Because this will unfortunately be the land of unintended consequences if this isn't vetted. Now, for full disclosure, Mr. Vice President, and for our members in the gallery, I am a small business owner. My wife and I own a federal contracting business. You can look us up, Holland Technologies Incorporated. We're on the SAM, System Administrative Management Register. We have federal contracts. We have employees that are covered under President Biden's 14042. I also own businesses that have nothing to do with the federal government. But those businesses are still impacted because what I would argue today is that we may think, and the public may think, that we're trying to send a message or whatever to the federal government, but make no mistake, we're sending a business, Mr. Vice President, to all employees in the state of Kansas, to all employers in the state of Kansas, whether they're involved in federal transactions or not. So, Mr. Vice President, the reason why I asked the question of notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, I would gently beg to differ with the Senate President. Kansas public, you normally don't see this in a bill. You don't. Because this is the pass. This is the mulligan that allows us, the legislature, to think we're going to do something on behalf of our constituents, and they get down the road, and by golly, it just didn't develop quite the way they saw it. So I'd like to talk just a little bit about property rights. Please understand, we have an IT business. Our number one asset is our employees. We're a knowledge business. We respect our employees. And you better believe that I very much want my employees to be able to exercise their full religious exemptions, to have access to medical exemptions they have. Mr. Vice President, it all comes down to property rights. Now, what do I mean by property rights? And by the way, I'm not an attorney, but I'm kind of passionate about this stuff because I'm up to my eyeballs right here now in the 1442 and trying to be sure that we're being a good employer and a good contractor and supporting the government's mission. What is a property right? In the case of Kansas employees, we want to be sure that we're protecting those property rights. I would argue, Mr. Vice President, the property right starts with an employee agreement. If you belong to a union, you've got a collective bargaining unit agreements on top of that. You have a whole body of Kansas business law, and then you have existing federal contracts, contract law with the U.S. government. That is the Kansas employees who are currently employed. That is their property right. And we as a legislature, we need to preserve that right to the fullest extent of the law. Now, I'll also tell you, Mr. Vice President, what's getting overlooked in this discussion is you also have property rights of the business owner. And that business owner, he or she, they are responsible, and make no mistake, it's a very real responsibility because they have a commercial liability or responsibility because their butts will get sued if they expose their employees or their consumers to an unhealthy work environment or an unhealthy place of commerce. That's one of the responsibilities of an employer having a right, property rights, to run a business as he or she sees fit. So I want to be very clear about this. I would contend that the portion of this bill that deals with the expansion, I perceive it as expansion, and believe me, I'm not against that at all. I support an individual's right, and just beyond religious. I mean, make no mistake, if you don't want to get a vaccination, okay, we're talking about an issue of bodily autonomy here. And that right of bodily autonomy, I believe, is sacrosanct. But it's whether it's a vaccine, it's whether or not you want to get an abortion, that is your decision. and government needs to stay the heck out of it. The issue you get into is how do you protect that employee's rights of bodily autonomy and not impact the rights of the business owner? We live in Kansas, a right-to-work state. My very basic understanding of that is that if you don't have something specific, your employment agreement, if you don't have something specific, your collective bargaining agreement, okay, the only thing you've got to fall back on is a body of Kansas business law that's been decided, as well as existing federal government stuff, federal law. So when I see, notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, we're hoodwinking the public if they think this means anything. Because if you notice, everything, this starts in Section 1, and this is a fun thing. You know, I got here, Mr. Vice President, it's always like, you know, computer programming. You got to follow the logic. I was a computer programmer, right? But it's like Section 1, all the material, the good stuff, quote unquote, in this bill is in Section 1. And the very starts out, notwithstanding provisional law to the contrary. You know, what do he want us to say? We can give you whatever you want. You know? But it's notwithstanding contrary law. I would contend, Mr. Vice President, that because we have not gone through the committee process, this body, nor the House for that matter, has any idea of really what the legal ramifications are of this stuff. And believe me, it's been designed that way because they didn't want to take it through a standing committee. They didn't want to bring in all the stakeholder groups. They didn't want to bring in the legal experts, okay, to weigh in on this stuff. This bill right now is going to cause chaos if passed unadulterated. It's going to cause chaos because I think, unfairly so to those constituents who are very much concerned about taking a vaccination they don't want to take, that somehow now they have new rights and privileges that don't exist. I'm also very concerned about this from the employer standpoint, because now the employee's thinking, oh, how does this Kansas law now weigh into what I've got to make a decision, okay, whether I'm a federal contractor or whether I'm just trying to run my business in Kansas? How does this impact what I have? And my guess is it doesn't impact it diddly squat. Make no mistake, if we think this is trying to shoot an arrow or something at KU or K-State or Wichita State, because by golly, we're going to show those, you know, we're going to show President Biden, you know, they can't do this. Those institutions are going to, they could care less about this. I'm sure they've already told the chamber that. Because at the end of the day, they're going to keep or lose their contracts based upon how they handle the religious or the medical exemption requirements based upon federal statutes. We have a whole raft of called FAR clauses. And it tells you in statutes how you're supposed to handle these things. And the Biden administration just put a whole new raft of stuff out there. And I can tell you as a federal contractor, okay, I'm going to look at those FAR clauses because I know if I violate not only the legal but the spirit of how this is supposed to be carried out, I'm going to lose my contracts. And my employees are going to be unemployed because I didn't play games by what the federal law tells me to. This as is chaos. It's a lie. It's a figment of the imagination. Now, what I do want to laud, and I don't know who it is, because maybe I'd get him in trouble if I thought it was, but I do think, unlike the House language, I think the thing I like about this is unemployment, the UI. And let me tell you why. Now, I know there's scuttle about the big business interest groups, you know, about, oh, we can't do this for people. Sure you can. Quite honestly, I think whether or not we pass this, and I would encourage Kansas employees, if they do get terminated because they didn't take the vaccine, I would strongly encourage you to file for unemployment, because what I would contend, and once again, I'm not an attorney, I'm just a business owner, but as an employer who cares about the welfare and benefit of their employees, while I need to be able to make decisions about my workplace and what goes on, what I have done is I have changed the social contract. I have changed the employment agreement. This issue, to my mind, is nothing more. Say you've got an employee that, like, say they're a graphic arts designer. Now you say to your employer, you say, Sally, hey, now I want you to be a welder. And Sally rightly looks at you and says, are you nuts? I can't weld. Well, too bad. We're firing you, and there's no unemployment. Now, is that fair? No. Not at all. In my mind, that is an example of how we have violated the rights of the employee. And when you think about how an employment system works, think if you have a factory. Think if the factory shuts down. Think it moves 500 miles away. What happens to those employees? They can file for unemployment. That is the clarion call of where we need to be going with this. That's where we need to go. So, my concern, Mr. Vice President, is I will be bringing an amendment that takes the UI language that came out of the standing committee, because that's the most public document I am aware of. That's at least somebody that folks saw beforehand. It wasn't meddled with behind the scenes by the special interests. I'm going to bring that to the floor, and I'm going to strip out everything after this, and including the notwithstanding any provisions of law to the contrary. Because I will not be here and be part of a kabuki theater, dance or whatever, and sell a lie to the Kansas public, employees who are scared about what happens to them and not understanding their rights. If nothing else, our job as legislators is to be able to coherently explain what rights are to our constituents to the best of our abilities, even if we're not attorneys. And it's not to tap dance away from an issue. We need to address it head on. I have probably worn out my welcome, Mr. Vice President. I will stand down.
There's a senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, care to opine?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do. I'm a little notes guy, so if I think something's false, I put a little F by it. I got up to like F5, right? Because that's certainly an opinion. And why I appreciate the compliments about reassuring people with unemployment, a couple quick things. So why the member was speaking, I had help kind of look up the notwithstanding language, because it's so rare. It's only in statute 5,160 times. Just so you know, you're being hoodwinked by something that's in statute 5,160 times. Kind of false impression number one. False impression number two. Public had no say. Those that sat on the committee, it was days. It was over 100. I see some faces in the chamber today that had input. Now, was it the traditional input in the series? But what prevented us from that is the timeline of these egregious orders that put these erroneous dates in time. But it was not without input from attorneys, from the public, from the interest groups. Falsehood number two. Falsehood number three, just overlooking business. Last year, we gave immunity on the infection to business. This does not take that away. Business was accommodated to a large degree. Falsehood number 4. We can't coexist with the federal mandate if, in the end of the day, it works its way through the courts and happens. They recognize the legitimacy of medical and religious exemption, even in the world of mandates. You do not have to choose between the state and federal government because they can coexist. What do I deeply wish? There were no federal mandates. Do I think they're unconstitutional? Yes. Do I think we should be able to go farther? But for this purpose, for this day, they recognize exemptions. I'll probably end on that one. I kept hearing, make no mistake. Make no mistake, we're going to stand up for our individual liberties and rights. This chamber will do that. It is the fundamental individual right, particularly the First Amendment, Establishment Clause. I think I even heard the thing, that's your decision, government needs to stay the heck out. Couldn't agree more. We're talking about what we're talking about. The government does need to stay the heck out. Because the primary concern is the individual and their rights. So, Mr. Vice President, thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First thing, I'd like to commend the body of the civil discourse. We've been getting a lot of letters going back and forth, and we can't expect 40 senators to agree on everything. Well, I want to remind you, we're reacting to what our president did in these mandates. I met with many hospital people in long-term care, and they're closed down. We had in our area 55 to 88% compliance. Even with the 88%, they couldn't make it. We're talking major situation, and that's just in one area. But in those, like our president said, they can get exemptions. But we also have problems of people allowing those exemptions. And when it says in here, they violate sincerely held religious belief of the employee. That's what we're saying. If some of them are not real religious, there is something else, fine. But if we can keep our hospitals, long-term care going, I'm all for it. I just want to echo and appreciate what our president said. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, do you care to opine? Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this measure. I don't necessarily have any questions, but I would like to offer my perspective as a business person, a business owner, and someone who employs approximately 40 people. Let me first start out by saying I do not approve of the mandates. I wish we weren't dealing with this. I don't agree that the federal government should impose mandates, but unfortunately, I don't have a lot of control over the president, and the president didn't consult with me before he made those decisions. So it is what it is at this point, but I do have concerns about how we are reacting to it, and I'd like to outline some of those. As it currently stands, there are a number of different mandates. There's one for federal employees, there's one for military, there's one that generally covers health care, which is done through rules through CMS. There is one for federal contractors that's done contractually. And then there's the OSHA mandate that has been stayed by the 6th District Court. So I'm not going to address that mandate until the court decides where they're at. There have been suits filed on the other 4 by attorney generals across the country. In my opinion, that is where this needs to be settled. I don't think that each state has a legislative remedy that can persuade the federal government to change. So by doing that, what we are doing is we're putting employers in a very difficult predicament. The reason I say that is until the courts decide where they're at on the federal employee mandate, the military mandate, the CMS mandate, and the contractual mandate, we are making employers choose whether they are going to follow the federal mandate or whether they're going to comply with state law. That is a very, very difficult position for an employer to be in, especially considering that there are huge financial ramifications on each side. If you take a hospital as an example, the administration has said that if you do not comply, then you will no longer receive Medicare or Medicaid funds from the U.S. government. In a lot of hospitals, a lot of medical clinics, that could be 60, 70% of their income. The way we've written this legislation, if they don't comply with a state law, then they're subject to fines up to $50,000 per violation. So I don't know where those employers are at, whether they want to give up 60 or 70% of their income, or whether they want to pay $50,000 in fines per violation. But clearly, there are substantial differences between the choices that they have to make. I also, in consulting with a number of attorneys, both in the Legislative Revisor's Office and also outside attorneys, there is question on whether the Federal Supremacy Clause would rule in this. And if that is the case, that if the mandates are found constitutional and the Federal Supremacy Clause is enacted, then this piece of legislation will be null and void to those that are under the mandate. What that leaves is all of our Kansas small business is subject to this while others are not, if those scenarios prove true. Once again, that is a very, very difficult situation for our small business employers to be in. I am concerned about the unemployment fund. I know that it's not as healthy as it should be. I am also very, very, very aware of who pays the taxes to reinstate that fund to the levels it should be, and that is the employers. That's not the employees. It's not a tax. It is straight on the employers' backs. I don't know how many times I've heard from employers, particularly in my district, over the last 6 months, I can't believe we're paying people to stay home. There are job opening after job opening, and now here we are with a provision that's going to once again pay people to stay home. My biggest concern is I think we may be giving our employees around the state a false sense of security. We are probably much more prudent to allow the court actions to play out. If there is a chance that the Biden mandates may be found unconstitutional, I would fully anticipate courts to put a stay on that. What we are doing is we are telling employees that you are covered under state law and you do not have to have a vaccine. What happens if the court rules in favor of the federal administration? Depending on the enactment time, those employees could be terminated that day. So I want employees who are supportive of this to understand that the federal courts are going to decide this, not the state legislature. As a small business person, I'm very, very concerned about the lack of validity on a religious exemption. Let me say that I do not have a vaccine mandate in my business, even though we've had lots of COVID cases and they have severely disrupted our business model. But that doesn't mean that I am unique or that I should be different. There are certainly employers who have a good reason to have a vaccine mandate. This would do away with their ability to do that through religious exemption. My biggest concern about the religious exemption is what kind of precedent does it set? If you can come in to my business as an employee and tell me that you have a religious exemption, sign a paper, I don't get to check the validity of it, I don't get to understand whether it is a true religious exemption. What do I do with employees who come in the next week and say, I have a religious exemption against working Wednesday mornings, and so I'm not going to show up? Maybe the next week it's Thursday afternoon. So I certainly understand the religious exemption, and I would support it if there was some kind of validity to it or some kind of test that made sure that we were truly dealing with a religious exemption. At the end of the day, this bill puts Kansas small business in a very, very difficult situation. I hope that the court rules that the vaccine mandates are unconstitutional. When they do so, this is still intact. So I hope when we come back in January, if that scenario plays out, I would certainly hope that we would repeal this against Kansas small business. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
This is Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, care to opine?
Mr. Vice President, I think I will on this one, although I'll be a little briefer, because I understand some of the angst, but, I can't say it. I do it too, right? If I'm against something, I try to go to the most egregious example I can think of, but at least I want to try to make it accurate. But to kind of suggest that this bill is going to have this effect on the fund, the Chamber's own document that dealt with the potential effects of the fund, and it had, $500 billion, I mean, it was big numbers. But here's the footnote. If, and it gives the numbers for the proposed language that are in this bill, and the UI benefit, which are both, again, in this bill, were passed in conjunction, Kansas UI Trust Fund solvency becomes a non-issue, as Kansas employers will have a straightforward legal backstop to run their businesses that balance safe and healthy practices as they have demonstrated throughout the pandemic. That's the Chamber's document. So to say we're going to have this massive hit on the fund, especially in the narrow context of this bill, to have a hit on the fund, you have to have an employer that is denying the medical and individual rights of the employee and firing them for it. Simple solution. Don't do that. I'm sorry. Even though I love the claps, we got to keep it quiet in here. It's a very simple solution for the employer. And to go that this is somehow making I don't want to work on Wednesdays akin to injecting something into me goes to the ridiculous. So that is what it is. I just want to point out, we need to stay focused on the goal. There are people right now that if we do not do this, have that risk. And in the own document, as long as we're not abusing people's individual and religious liberties, no effect. Stay focused. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You would think as long as I've been around here, I would have learned a long time ago to read my notes before I start speaking. So I guess I'll burn my second time with one final point. As a business owner, I have a large percentage of my liability insurance covers employee-related practices. And if you ask insurance companies or insurance agents across the state, a big part of that is covering an employer for wrongful termination suits. And so rather than give an employee an exemption or say that an employer should be fired, or if an employee is fired, that the employer should be subject to either a $10,000 fine or a $50,000 fine. There is certainly the opportunity for those employers who feel they were wrongfully terminated to file suit against their employer and let the courts decide instead of the legislature decide whether that termination was wrongful or not. I think that's all tied into the federal court decisions that are impending, but I wanted to bring up the fact that employees do have the right to sue an employer for wrongful termination, and most employers already insure themselves for that. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, a response.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The only rebuttal I'd have there is It's not the legislature deciding. There's an administrative process in here that goes to finding a fact about all that and then up to the fine. So again, there's more to it than is being expressed. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Body, before we go any further, I've been informed that the revisor's office is really backed up. So if your amendment comes forth, please move it so we can proceed on. Thank you. Now the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Either or works, you know, both counties. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Before I start, I'm not sure if I'll be classified as an F1, F2, F3, F4, or the notorious F5, which in Kansas means a big deal, right? We all know what that means in a tornado's language. So hopefully, instead of an F, I'll get an A for an alternate opinion versus a falsehood as classified, right? I do want to commend the committee, whoever it was that came up with the language on this bill, to bring in the pieces about the alternatives to the religious argument, meaning I think it's high time to recognize that not all are of the same religion in the state of Kansas. As the Senate President pointed out, I think it's a fantastic thing to not make people who might have some non-religious views, who also have a conscience and an objection to whatever it is, to be able to express those things with the same heartfelt attitude as the Senate President expressed. And so I actually commend the committee, whoever that was, who put that in there, because I think that's actually more in line with the integrity of intent versus having people lie about that. I'm big on freedoms here in the state of Kansas. I feel like if we were going to do this, why not actually do it? Why are we whittling away with this kind of administrative exemption when we should actually, if we have this heartfelt belief, as the Senate President so eloquently put about the risen sun, that we don't put that same belief into fighting this at the federal level with something that prohibits this from happening. I don't understand why we backed off of that if it's so strong. Why we didn't put that on the floor and vote on that. Why are we sitting here and just coming up with fines for our businesses if they do this, instead of actually putting a piece in law that would allow for whomever to challenge this in the federal courts? It seems to me that would be the better course of action versus what this bill does or doesn't do. I think there's been a lot explained about how people are going to be mildly deceived by what this bill does or does not enable them to do. There's some validity to that, in my opinion. I feel like if we're going to fight for freedoms, we should also fight for things like when our rights for unreasonable search and seizure are attacked. I think we should fight for freedoms all over the place, our right to have a fair election out here. We need to continue to do that. And when we talk about freedoms and our body and our choice, there are so many things that impacts, and we're taking such a narrow scope on this particular piece of legislation. I feel like we could have pulled this together and had a general discourse. I would have put the time in. We didn't need to slam it through because those are essential topics in my book. Even though I wish we would expand the scope of what we're actually talking about versus the bodily integrity argument on this particular vaccine, I do think the unemployment aspect, I love that. I love that we're looking out for our workers. But once again, it doesn't seem to go far enough. What about the workers who are discriminated against because of the color of their skin? What about the workers who express a constitutional right to do other things and they're fired for that? We live in the right to work state, AKA the state where you can be fired with no reasonable cause. That is the nature of employment in terms of our state. It is what it is right now. If somebody goes out and tries to organize for a collective bargaining, they could be fired. We could be addressing so many things with this bill, but we've limited it to the employees on this one particular subject. And I think there was an opportunity here missed to actually talk about the broader scope of employees across the state of Kansas and strengthening things like the due process for our teachers. So I do think we missed the mark on this. I commend whoever put this together for looking out for the employees' rights. I do think it does too little and too narrow of a scope. I think the personal liberties that we're protecting should always be on front of mind and not just in the scope of this, and perhaps this is just a watered down version. I just feel it doesn't go too far. My last point I'll say, because I promised to a constituent who owns a business in my little city that I would bring her points up. Because it does, I want to express another point of view out there. I know there were at least 100 attendees in the committee outside of the special session. But this business owner has a lot of concerns about this. And I'll just bring out the points so that we hear them. In addition to everything else we are doing to hold our businesses together without enough workers currently, skyrocketing labor and material costs and overall inflation, these bills will put us as in businesses, between a rock and a hard place. They potentially face a $14,000 fine or a fine of $10,000 to $50,000. For them, it's $50,000 because they have more than 100 employees. And it puts them in an untenable situation. It puts the businesses as the enforcers of what we should be taking on ourselves and putting into statutes. I don't think it's fair for the businesses. I'm excited about the opportunities we have to help our employees out. I'm excited about looking for where we want to put a line between our bodily integrity and what the government is pushing into our body or requiring of our internal body. I appreciate that entirely. But we're putting the businesses as the main lever here. And while I appreciate the President's words about the footnote about the integrity of the fund, I've heard some other stories, not that they're false, but I've heard another opinion expressed by some members of the chamber who said they were opposed to this legislation. Call me crazy, but they are businesses that are over 100 employees, and they're put into a position where they're going to have to take on either fines or putting money into that UI fund. I don't think that's fair. I don't agree with the mandate from the federal level, but that's where we're at. We're putting the businesses at the raw end of the stick on this one. But with that said, I appreciate the work we're doing for our freedoms, and I appreciate the work we're doing for our employees. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, do you care to opine?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll give that an A, 1 through 5. But I would just say we still got to retain the focus that it's on the individual. Is that all that has to happen for there not to be an issue is for the employers not to deny the rights of the employee. It's that simple. And for those that feel like that's some type of conflict and they have to do, I agree, it's not fair. But again, think about who's to blame. That's not us in this bill. This is creating solutions. That is, I almost used the wrong word, the Biden administration that put that out, right? That is why we're here. We had an unconstitutional mandate. We just have to take the time to prove it in court. This is a solution, so I would agree. Alternate opinion, that is unfair, but the easy solution is do not deny your employees their fundamental rights.
Are there any other questions? Yes, the senator from Reno, Senator Steppen.
Thank you. A quick statement, then a couple of house cleaning questions. I too am a business owner with at times easily 100 or more employees. I built businesses on government contracts, and I knew at any point that if I was suckling from the teat of the federal government, I was one day away from being dehydrated. And if your business is that dependent on government, you have to understand the risk or you're inherently in big trouble. This is about individual rights, pure and simple. Business rights are pretend. They really don't exist. Capitalism is regulated out of necessity. We call this a right-to-work state, but that's accompanied by page after page after page of employee rights, of Consumer Protection Act laws. So we've been regulating businesses forever. And so now you're really working on a continuum, and that's what we're discussing today. Is forcing an individual to inject something into their body against their will, is that something we want to allow businesses to do? Well, I put forth, and the majority clearly believes that that's not appropriate. It's appropriate to say, you've got to show up at 8 a.m. to go to work or we're going to can you. Everybody agrees with that. Does anybody agree with the other end, that if you're a woman and you're going to work at my business, you have to be on birth control? No. But that's in the same vein of forcing somebody to take a medical procedure that they don't want. Special sessions are for special needs. And that's protecting individual rights of people being crushed with uncertainty in the workplace, wrongly imposed by an overriding Biden administration. This bill is a good step in the right direction. Now, page 1, section 1, number 2, accompanying written statement signed by the employee. Part of the game that's been played, I've had dozens of these exemption forms laid at my feet to help with. They were put together in an attempt to intimidate the employee. The way this reads, and I would like for this to be on the record, it says an accompanying written statement signed by the employee. That precludes an employee from having to use an employer-formed agreement. I would like that clarified, number 1. And number 2, page 2, number 3, kind of right there in the middle, says the Attorney General shall impose a civil penalty. My belief is that if a bill's important enough to write, it's important enough to have a penalty within it to make sure it gets enforced. Unfortunately, you write bills with no penalties and they're really nothing but suggestions. The term shall, my understanding in the legal world, is that it means that the Attorney General will have to impose a civil penalty, or at least move it on to the district court, however that reads. But I do want to clarify for the record that, number 1, that the employee does not have to use an employer-granted form, and number 2, that penalty will be imposed. Thank you.
As the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think, yeah, as a request of the question, the answer is yes. To satisfy this section, it just has to have a written statement signed by the employer. It does not prescribe a form and therefore precludes a prescribed form. You would satisfy the law with any written form that had the signature and the proper request. And to the second one, the shall is in place, but it does, I'll caveat, the adjudication has to find that the employer did offer the mandate, the person did request and was denied, right? You have to find a grievance of the statute. But if the grievance of the statute is found, they shall.
Are there any other questions? Yes, the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. A couple things I'd ask the president. On the unemployment piece, would you be willing in conference to maybe put an amendment in there to keep the rates of businesses, to hold them harmless if, if they did have, if this went into effect, people did apply for benefits, that it wouldn't cause their rates to go up? I believe we have them frozen until 2023 right now with last year's UI modernization bill to make sure if they had some people that applied that it wouldn't cause their rates to go up. Is there a way we could probably do that in conference to make sure if someone applied that it wouldn't go, their rates wouldn't go up?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm trying to think of a way that would be accomplished, although I understand, I mean, this, again, the simple thing is don't aggrieve and there's no action. And to some level, if it becomes pervasive that employers are aggrieving their employees, it would make sense that that be done, right? I mean, that would be giving somebody out of the potential consequences of their action is my first thought, but it doesn't have to be. There doesn't have to. If you just honor those rights, there's nothing there. I don't know. I guess maybe I'll ask the question back. How would you suggest there be a holding harmless? Would be my next question.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would say any claims that were under this legislation, they would be held harmless. Since the federal government's mandating, this isn't something that's being caused by them, it's caused by the federal government. It would not increase their rates. I think we could do that with the revisers. I think that would help business out a little bit on the unemployment side. Also, as I go on here, last year we passed 2 buckets of $250 million. The first bucket was put in. Second bucket, I believe, is sitting on the sidelines, waiting for the audit to come back. The worst case scenario audit that we got, there was 600 total, 200 at least was federal. The maximum could be 400 million. So we know there's easily 100 million. That included everybody that the fraud was deemed fraud originally. So I think the number looks more like 300, 320. So there's going to be a lot of surplus money to put back into the fund. We could legislatively do that next year, next session. So in my mind, I don't see the fund getting hurt, but I also don't want to see businesses' rates go up in the meantime before we get back in session. So that's kind of where my question's going. Can we just add a little bit of language to protect business so their rates don't go up? Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And actually, while we were just talking there, it dawned on me, the cases that are adjudicating now, if we do not pass this, if this isn't passed, so there's not a guarantee of an individual right, and you do have employers, because they're afraid of losing their federal contracts, terminating people, that will actually cause the depletion of the fund, because you hit the triggers that are currently in statute, right? At the unemployment rates, as we go up, if there's more of them that are unemployed, you go from 16 to 20 weeks, and that's everybody. That's even people that are unrelated to COVID, unrelated to this bill. If they're laid off for any other purpose, would be in that then 20-week category. And the truth is our process is not passing this actually has a greater risk of increasing the hit to the fund than passing this, as it is. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm not sure I answered the question, though.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do support the underlining bill, and for one reason, or a couple reasons. I don't believe what they did was constitutional. I don't believe that I didn't take the COVID vaccine, and me and my family, that's our belief and our right. I don't believe no one should be able to force me to put a needle in my arm and take a vaccine that could hurt me, and that's my belief. You know, what we don't talk about, we talk about everybody gets sick, and, there's a lot of people that have taken the vaccine and they've recontracted COVID-19 after taking it. There's also been a lot of people die from taking the vaccine too, as well, around the world. So, you know, there's always odds, 1 in 100, 1 in a million, 1 in 1,000. You know, one of my favorite race car drivers, he was the 1 in a million that belt would break. And, you know, there are odds, and there are people at the other end of them odds that are going to receive, you know, how can I allow someone to mandate something that could, you know, someone's going to be that statistic on the other end. It could be me. Now, me and my my family, my brothers and sisters, we disagree on this issue. And, you know, I asked them, how can you dictate to me what I want to do with my body when I could be that odd? And so, you know, I think this is a historical day. We're here, called back to session, the day that JFK was killed. And we're still debating that issue from 1963. I don't believe it was done alone, too. I'll go out on a limb. But, you know, I think about, you know, him and what he stood for, and how proud he was of America. And, you know, ask not what you can do for your country. I always get it wrong, but we know what he said. And, you know, I think he would want us to stand up. I think, to me, I don't know, it's a struggle for me. I can't force someone else to go in and take that vaccination or a job. If it was me, I would quit the job. I wouldn't do it. I'm not saying you got to do that. It's just like wearing masks. I never told anybody, I believe they shouldn't wear a mask. If they want to, they should. But it's my choice. I mean, what are we going to, you know, 20 years from now, we're going to find out everybody's got COPD because we wore a mask. Or not. We don't know the results of that. But I cannot force people to take this vaccination. I've heard from all my constituents. I've heard from a lot of them. I've never heard from so many. They're upset over this. People that work in the medical field, people that work everyday jobs, being forced to take this vaccination is not right. And I think this bill, I hate that we have to do something like this, but this is the voice of the people that I represent, what I've heard from them. And that's what this is about right now. Did this bill come through the normal process? No. Did leadership do a good job? I believe they did. They put a bill together. They held a lot of hearings on it, gave everybody the opportunity to come and speak. Then we're debating this here. We've all heard from our constituents. We're the voice of them. I mean, are we going to tell them, yeah, you got to take this vaccination or you're going to lose your job? I mean, I wouldn't want to be in that position to force someone to say, you got to take this, and then come find out they took it and there's side effects. Someone dies or someone has the side effects. It might be funny to some. It's not funny to me. This is very serious. So I've heard from my constituents and a great deal, and I imagine everyone in here has. But, I mean, this is sad, really, that we're here. The president caused this. This mandate is not going to ensure anything. People are getting COVID right now that have the shot. I mean, they've taken all the vaccination, all of them, and they're still getting COVID. So it's not stopping it. It's not 100% sure-proof. Doesn't matter what business you're in. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Are there any other questions? Senator Baumgartner from Miami County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and thank you to our Senate President for carrying this bill today. You know, just a little bit earlier, I received an email from a constituent, and it says, "Call me, need your help." And I called my constituent, and he reinforced what we know to be true. The time is now. Kansans need our legislative help. He shared with me that his employer mandated that everyone that's working for the company must be vaccinated. So he made an appointment, met with his cardiologist, and received a letter from the cardiologist to turn in to his employer. His cardiologist's letter was rejected by his corporation. He submitted his religious exemption to the corporation. They scheduled an interview with him. It was a 15-minute interview. 15 minutes isn't too long. But at what other time in Kansas would we be notified by constituents where their employer was interviewing them, quizzing them, questioning them about their religious beliefs? You know, the EEOC does have protections when you're in a job interview about what they can't ask you in an interview. I can think of no time whereby in a job interview, you would be quizzed about how long you had held certain religious beliefs, because it's not appropriate. His religious exemption was also denied. The clock is ticking, and he needs to know soon. He needed to know last week, the week before, but he needs to know soon whether he will have a job, whether he will be employed, whether the legislature is going to give him the protection that he and his family need. Protection from invasive questioning. At what other time would you turn in a letter from your cardiologist about what your health care treatments should and shouldn't be? Only in these times of a COVID pandemic where we have such overreach. I will share with the body that I did have one particular concern about the legislation. Happens to be on page 5. And it is 3B, where we identify the employee could also be an applicant for employment. And my concern about an applicant is simply, we don't have the assurance with those EEOC protections that in an interview that they wouldn't be asking, are you vaccinated? I know the revisor's working on a draft that probably won't get here in time. So I would like an assurance from our leadership that we will have a trailer bill, that will fix those things that we feel need to make this piece of legislation even stronger for Kansans. We have folks in Kansas that want to work, that want to proudly serve this state. So I look forward to the opportunity to vote on this piece of legislation because, again, our focus is what is best for Kansans? How can we help Kansans? How do we make sure that their religious freedoms are protected? And how do we make sure that they can keep their jobs? Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, do you care to respond? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's been an honor serving the people of Kansas by serving on the Special Committee on Government Overreach and the Impact of COVID-19 Mandates. And thank you to each Kansan who has participated, either by appearing in committee to give testimony, by submitting written testimony, those who sat in the committee meeting room to listen and to offer support for those testifying, and those who appeared outside the Capitol, who have watched online, and those who have emailed me, texted me, called me, and mailed me as a fellow Kansan, as a senator, with your concerns. I have some of those here today. This is just a sampling of all of them. And I want to make sure to thank those who have written and reached out to me from across the state of Kansas, not only in my Senate district in Leawood and Overland Park, but across Kansas. And I hope I don't miss any. But from Eudora, Derby, Olathe, Topeka, Lawrence, Linwood, Shawnee, Hayes, Hutchinson, Wichita, Lenexa, Baldwin City, Paola, Salina, Moundridge, Valley Center, Winfield, Grantville, Goddard, Hayesville, Bel Air, Manhattan, Beloit, Rantoul, Cherokee, Arkansas City, Ellenwood, Iola, Heston, and again, sometimes folks wrote me and they didn't include where they were from, but I've heard from many Kansans across the state. And thank you for those Kansans who are joining us here today in the gallery, outside in the rotunda, outside the Capitol, and following online. Today we've heard that it's a very grave moment in Kansas history, a situation kind of not of our own making, but nonetheless our state finds itself in this situation. Throughout our Kansas history, we've had Republican and Democratic presidents, Republican and Democrat governors, and numerous policy disagreements along the way. But never has the legislature reached a point that we had to petition a governor to call a special session to fight the federal government for our rights and liberties. Yet here we are. And make no mistake that the reason we are here is because of one person, Joe Biden, telling people how to live. After almost 2 years of mandates, restrictions, lockdowns, and limits on our individual freedoms and liberties, the president has decided the only way forward is to push a vaccine mandate through either regulatory agencies and without legislation. These mandates have put our state, our businesses, and regular Kansans in a horrible dilemma. Either do what we say or fire your employees. Either do what we say or lose your job. No matter if you've done any number of things to keep your workforce safe, you must obey us, or you will be fined or lose your contract or be forced to fire those same frontline heroes that we were celebrating just months ago. As a result, and to fight for Kansans, we have come together to offer targeted, focused, innovative solutions to fix the problems that we face today. But fighting just to fight and without producing any tangible results to help Kansans, that achieves nothing. So we must fight and we must win. And that is what this bill before us would do. Not only does it fight, but it achieves a win on behalf of freedom, and most importantly for Kansans facing Biden-imposed deadlines that puts their job at risk. It's important to recognize, of course, that Kansas has a tradition of respecting religious beliefs. In a free society, it's important to honor those religious beliefs. That tradition is honored in both our federal and state constitutions. It's important to remember that a religious belief does not need to be based on a religious text, as such a belief can be deeply personal. Indeed, even the EEOC's guidance on religious belief says, and I quote, "Religious beliefs include theistic beliefs as well as non-theistic, moral or ethical beliefs as to what is right and wrong, which are sincerely held with the strength of traditional religious views." Given the testimony we have received from countless Kansans on the special committee, and those I have heard from in mail, email, phone calls, and texts, many of whom are willing to give up their careers for their beliefs, it is certainly clear that their beliefs are sincerely held with the strength of traditional religious views. To ignore these Kansans would be wrong. None of us, not a state senator, not Joe Biden, and not an employer, can truly know what's in the heart of any individual. Here in Kansas, where individual liberty and religious freedom have always been protected rights, we need to respect those rights and not spend 1 second questioning their sincerity. Accordingly, we should not go down a road in which each individual's beliefs are scrutinized by employers and certainly not by the government. We do not need to be in a situation where one employee gets granted an exemption and another doesn't, though they both hold religious beliefs. The difference in treatment alone could lead to endless division in our state. Similarly, we should not question whether your healthcare provider is acting in good faith in granting the medical exemption. The approach we have here before us today in the bill as presented has been taken in Florida, and it is already working. And I suspect and expect it would work here. These hardworking Kansans, some of which are our frontline heroes, will be relieved to know that their exemptions they are seeking will be honored. In complicated situations such as this, sometimes the most innovative solution is the most simple. In this case, the best thing we can do as a state is to trust Kansans by simply requiring that all religious and medical exemptions requests be honored. We simply prohibit religious discrimination, and such a policy that we have before us today would ensure no discrimination occurs. And if the Biden administration is so concerned and wants to put forth more mandates that they opt to challenge the deeply held religious beliefs of every Kansan who seeks an exemption, my message is bring on that fight and we will win, because we have to stand for the Constitution and individual rights and liberty. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I will be very brief, and I want to echo the comments that were just mentioned by Senator Warren. I think that maybe some in this room and some in the galley may not realize, this hasn't happened to them yet, about the religious belief and what is happening with companies around Kansas. This was sent to me about a week ago from one of my constituents, and this is what she was expected to sign. Please thoroughly describe the nature of your religious beliefs and why it prevents you from getting a COVID-19 vaccine. Each attach additional pages if necessary. Please provide the name, address, website, religious leader's name, and religious leader contact information, both email and phone number of the religious group, church to which you belong, or the origin of your sincerely held religious belief. How long have you been a member of this religious group, church, or held this religious belief? Do you regularly attend worship or other religious ceremonies? If so, when and how often? If a central tenet of this religion prevents you from getting a COVID-19 vaccine, please explain the basis. If yes, have you always followed this tenet? If not, since when have you done so, and why did you change? Please answer the following questions, and it goes on. I don't think that people realize what we're trying to do here is say, this is your held belief. I appreciate what the gentleman across the aisle had said, the senator, in that this gives a more liberal definition of this and allows people to have a religious exemption. I thought folks should know why it is that we find this to be so important, a part of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Are there any? Yes, Senator Hildebrand from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I will try not to be a pontificator, but I am going to express my views as we are afforded here in this chamber. Why are we here? We're here because we represent the people. We're supposed to represent the people. We're supposed to be the voice of those people. For a long time, the silent majority has been quiet. They're not quiet anymore. They're angry. They're upset, and rightfully so. This is something that has been taking a long time. It just did not happen overnight. Many people have lost their liberties, one freedom at a time. Every vote we take, Some of the votes that we take, we in this body have taken votes that have taken away freedoms from these people, from the people of the great state of Kansas. They're watching now. They're paying attention. Every vote that you cast from here on out, at least for a while, they're going to pay attention to it. And every time we take a vote that restricts their freedom, I'm willing to bet they're not going to be silent. They're going to let you know. Why are we here today? You've heard that this was an historic day. Wow, how to make history. People are fed up with government overreach. People are fed up with losing their individual liberties. Our very founding document, the Declaration of Independence, starts there. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, the people. We get our power from the people. The people do not get their power from us. The people get their rights from their Creator. They do not get their rights from us or any other government body. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. And I'll stop there because it goes into why we were aggrieved by the king, and we are not quite there yet. So we won't go that far. But they had a right at that point. So this leads us to the Constitution. Freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition in our U.S. Constitution, otherwise known as the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedoms of speech or the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. That last line is why we are here. The people have addressed their form of government for redress. On about the first line, which is commonly misconstrued to say freedom from religion, when it clearly states you have a right to your religion. The state does not have a right to dictate to you what your religion is. And there cannot be a litmus test on your religious freedom. That takes us to the Kansas Constitution in our preamble. We, the people of Kansas, grateful to Almighty God for our civil and religious privileges, the Almighty God, our Creator, we are so thankful. This is in our preamble. Our forefathers in the state of Kansas at the Wyandotte Convention formed this to ordain and establish this Constitution of the state of Kansas. We, the people of Kansas, grateful to Almighty God for our civil and religious privileges that are granted to us from our Creator, not our state, in order to ensure the full enjoyment of our rights as American citizens, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the state of Kansas with the following boundaries. Government is supposed to be public service. If you're an elected official, you're supposed to be a public servant, not a politician. There are many politicians, not in this chamber, lots of public servants. So, what is our duty as a public servant? We're not to constrict or restrict someone's right, God-given right, unalienable right, given to them by their Creator. We are tasked with supporting and defending that right. I'm also a small business owner. I'm a little bit smaller than some that have already spoken. When I was in my younger years, I worked for the man, or what they say, somebody. And one of the things that I always found interesting on some of the jobs that I had were different bosses were different on how they treated their employees. Obviously, I did not appreciate some of my bosses because I'm not working there any longer, or I found better opportunity. But my opinion, and I say opinion because it's my opinion and my belief, that as a boss, going from experience of being one told what to do, I think it should be very clear to my employees what their responsibility is. And this is it. You have a set time to be at work, do your work, go home. Pretty simple. If you are sick or you feel like you're going to be sick, do not come to work because we do not need anybody else to be sick. Pretty simple. I've sent them home. If they came in and said, "Alan, I'm sorry, I'm just not feeling the greatest," I said, "You need to go home." There are some employees that don't do that. They say, "You're going to show up no matter what." That is wrong. My belief, my opinion. I do not believe it is my duty as an employer to tell my employee or employees, "Hey, in order to work here, you're going to take this injection. You're going to take this shot." And I do not believe it's the government's role to do that. Matter of fact, we have a HODI's decision in the state of Kansas that says we cannot do that. Bodily autonomy. While I agree, and probably some of my conservative friends agree in that interpretation of bodily autonomy, where we disagree with our friends across the aisle is we believe there's two bodies, not one on the other side. So both people in that instance are guaranteed bodily autonomy and the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So what happens to the HODI's decision? I just thought just popped into my mind. I apologize for digressing there. What happens to that if one of these court decisions comes down and says, "No, you are not entitled to bodily autonomy"? Does that go back, and do we have to go look at our state Supreme Court and their opinion that they issued? As a representative of the people, we cannot be given a litmus test for our job. Senators and representatives before mentioned, Constitution again, and this discussion about it, and the members of the several state legislatures and all executive and judicial offices, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by an oath or affirmation. We all took that oath of office to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. So if it's good for me, it's good for thee. If I do not have to take a litmus test here, why does someone else have to take a litmus test for their job, whether or not they get to keep it or not? As I mentioned, we are being watched, and we are being watched carefully. While I do not get the great warm and fuzzy of this bill in front of us, I wish that it did a lot more. I wish that it came up and said no vaccine mandate of the COVID-19 at this particular time on anybody, that it is your right to choose whether or not you're going to take that shot. Should people take the shot? I'm sure they should. Should everybody take the shot? Absolutely not. There are health reasons for people not to take the shot, and those are being trampled on as well as someone's religious liberties. I would like to see something in this that says that the state of Kansas is going to take a big stand and against the government, because instead of being addicted to the government dollar that comes with multiple strings attached, as we all witness every time we accept that federal dollar, we don't have to spend our resources, Kansas resources, on helping the federal government mandate or to maintain their law that we disagree with. We might not be able to override certain laws because of the supremacy clause, but I would argue that not every law or every statute or every rule and regulation falls under the supremacy clause, because that was not the intent, I believe, of our forefathers and the drafters of the Constitution. But we do have opportunity in this state of Kansas to do more. Unfortunately, this happened as things usually happen. Churches shutting down, schools shutting down, things like that when we're not in session. So we had to take the extraordinary step of calling a special session, one that has never been done before, because the people have spoken. And they are watching. And they're going to watch your vote today and see how you vote. Some don't think this bill goes far enough, and you might get some grief if you vote for it. But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to support it, not because I like it, not because I think it's perfect, because it's not. It doesn't go nearly far enough. But it's a first step in helping. And why are we even passing legislation? We shouldn't have to guarantee someone's religious liberty. That is the most craziest thing I've ever seen or heard. And we're doing it, and we're debating it right here on whether or not someone else believes you're religious or not. It's not up between someone else or government. It's between you and your Creator on what you believe. Your heart and your relationship is with them, not with the government. But I apologize for digressing. It just bugs me. It just bugs me that we keep every day losing our freedoms, one vote at a time. And I am encouraging everybody in this body, even though we don't agree 100% with this bill, it does take one first step. And at least we can take some protection on some people. And then I would encourage everybody, when we come back to the regular session, these people are not going away. They're going to watch. And if we think we're going to pass these two bills and come back in January and do nothing, I feel sorry for each and every one of us at election time if that's what you want to do, is come back for election, because you will be watched and they will take action, because the silent majority is not silent anymore. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have to say that it's most unexpected that we would be here in November. This is, as you know, my 27th year in the Kansas Legislature. It's a different time of year and different type of debate that we've had. And for several here, I want you to know, and I really mean it this time because we have a lot to do today, I'm going to be brief. I'm going to be brief because some of the debate and the discussion here that we're undertaking is interesting philosophically and also legally. It's interesting to me, Mr. Vice President, that we're hearing creep into this discussion an underlying premise of choice, of bodily autonomy, that what you put in your body or what's taken from your body should be dictated by the government. and that it's not always between you and your doctor and your personal dictates. I've always been pro-choice. I've always believed that a person's body is their sacrosanct right. Whether or not you want to take an injection, whether or not you want to prescribe a surgery, minor or major, is up to you, your doctor, and not up for government to prescribe. So it must be November that's brought about this change, because I've been having this concrete, consistent belief for 27 years in this legislature, and it's interesting to hear that more people are turning over to that idea today as we debate and discuss that when it comes to vaccines. We can pick and choose when only you and your doctor should make that decision. You know, mandates have troubled me for a long time. It's interesting, the other parallel. I also, as I believe in choice, I don't believe in mandates. Government mandates have always concerned me. Government prescribes what you have to do. And I remember a debate in this legislature on one because allegedly this mandate was going to save lives. They really railed on this. I remember we weren't always on the same page, and he was trying to get me to support this mandate because he said it was going to save lives. The former senator from Sedgwick, Senator Donovan. Senator Donovan and I did not see eye to eye on many things. But he said, Haley, we really need you to support this seatbelt mandate because the jury has spoken and the statistics are very clear. Seatbelts save lives. That, yes, people who wear seatbelts, if involved in an accident, can still be hurt and can still die. But the larger percentage of people who take the prophylactic measure of putting on a seatbelt, who buckle up when they drive, are going to survive. And Haley, I know that a lot of the people in your community are stopped pretextually. They pull them over just for any reason, got a broken tail light, whatever. And that if we make a seatbelt law in Kansas mandatory, it's going to give fodder for law enforcement to say, well, it didn't look like that driver had on a seatbelt, and that's why I pulled him or her over in the first place. We're going to make it a primary offense. It had been a secondary offense for a long time, Mr. Vice President. And Senator Donovan impressed upon me, you've got to do it. Even though there's going to be some miscreant malfeasance there, we need your vote. And I voted for the mandate because the statistics were there. I voted with Donovan and with, I guess, the majority of the Senate because now, because seatbelts save lives, we had that statistic to prove it. So today we're talking about a mandate for something that does save lives. Something we're asking people or telling people to put in their bodies. Government telling somebody to take a vaccine. It's another mandate. And I'm vaccinated, and of course, about to get my booster, can't wait to get it. Sorry I have my mask off this long because Lord knows what's swirling around in this chamber here, you know. A lot of people said I should get hazard pay. You know, a lot of folks in my community really do believe that a disproportionate number of the unvaccinated and the unmasked do get sick and sadly disproportionately die. Just again, like seatbelts. If you get vaccinated, if you follow the protocols, if you wear masks, you are less likely to get COVID-19. We can argue back and forth about everything else. That's just a statistic. And statistics are not fake news. It's the real deal. So I'm vaccinated. I'm ensuring everybody around me is. I don't like to have my mask off even this long. But I'm telling everyone that I meet to do that. But should they be terminated is the question before us. Should they, Mr. Vice President, lose their livelihood? Now, Mr. Vice President, I got a client, he's from another state. Good friend of mine, one of the top dentists. I represent him on several measures. He was in Kansas City. We're talking about some things. Very prominent dentist. I'm sitting there right across from him, knowing that, he always wears the mask, the shield and everything. And we're talking for a while. And he says, well, I'm going to tell you, David, I'm not vaccinated. I'm not taking the vaccination. No one in my office is taking the vaccination. I'm thinking to myself, you're breathing in people's face as a dentist, prominent dentist, every day, inches from their face, and not doing everything you can to ensure from the science that you're protecting them and yourself from exchanging that breath, inches away from each other. I think it's highly irresponsible. Hope he's not watching today. I appreciate his business, but he's been a friend of long standing. And so I did want to touch upon one other quick thing, the health insurance premiums, not just unemployment, but for those businesses, large and small, I wonder what's going to happen with the health insurance premiums. Can we legislate that those who have a fully vaccinated staff or that keep in place the protocols of a raging pandemic that is reduced by proper science, vaccine, and mask, can we compel those employers, or can we say to those employers that your health insurance premiums, if you maintain that, won't be as strong? The reason being, you have a workforce that, gets more sick than another. Who's going to pay for that? You don't have any Medicaid expansion. Usually these people who can't walk off their jobs or can't lose their jobs are quasi-insured. So we're going to pick up the uncompensated care for anyone who says, I don't want to be vaccinated because it's my right not to be vaccinated, or it's my religious exemption, non-theological or non-theistic or not. And that because I get sick, because I didn't take the measures, because I didn't wear a seatbelt and went through the windshield, when if I'd been wearing a seatbelt, I wouldn't have gone through the windshield. Because if I had been vaccinated, I wouldn't have been sick and laid up in the hospital for months, when I probably, statistically, would have been less likely to have gotten sick in the first place. What happens to those health insurance premiums for those businesses that are proactively taking care to protecting themselves and their employers, the employees and the public for that? Another consideration, and finally, Mr. Vice President, I don't care what the law says. I got vaccinated because of my religion. I got vaccinated because of theistically something that, I guess it started when, don't let me get this wrong, Cain asked Abel, or Abel asked Cain. God asked one of them, Cain or Abel, where's your brother? And he said, hey, am I my brother's keeper? And it was said in jest. Am I supposed to be looking out for everybody around me? You breathing in my face, or I'm breathing in your face, and I've got a deadly pandemic. Am I supposed to be taking care of you, Mr. Vice President? Well, my religion says, on the other hand, it answers in the affirmative. It says, it prescribes that I should do unto each of you, friend, enemy, society, whatever, I should do you like I want you to do me. It's called a golden rule. That's David Haley's religion. I'm not trying to ask you to adopt it. I am trying to think, though, that somebody invoked the name of President Kennedy earlier, and this was the day that, of course, he was tragically assassinated. The question was to ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country? What can you do for your countrymen and countrywomen? What can you do for society, Mr. Vice President? whether it's theology or the law. What's inside of your heart? What can you do to make our society a better place, a saner place, a safer place, a healthier place? You have to step outside of your boundaries or yourself and say, oh, boy, I hate to take another shot. By the way, David Haley doesn't even like the flu shot. I never get a flu shot or all this. They said you can get a free shingles vaccine too, and there are a whole bunch of things you can get. I don't like to ingest foreign substances in my body. The first one that I got was the COVID. And I did it reluctantly. And I got the second one, waiting for the booster, because I am asking what I can do for my countrymen. I'm asking what I can do for the people that I work with. I am concerned about you and each of you that are here. I'm concerned about my constituency. I'm concerned about the businesses where I work and where I'm involved. I'm concerned about my client who's breathing in people's face, the dentist that's doing that in another state. He's not here in Kansas. And so let's not confuse the facts. Let's be clear. Vaccinations and protocols should be encouraged wherever we can, not because it's the law, but because we should have in our spirit that we want to be in a society. We're in a civilized society here. We're not some warped, developing nation where we can't put this in place. That's what just amazes me about America. Of all people, we are the strongest country, the greatest country on the face of the planet. And we whittle down that with all of these, it's my freedom and my choice when it comes to vaccine, not other issues if women are trying to make a decision, but it's my choice. And so I don't have a right. I don't have to worry about it. So as we pledge allegiance to this flag, to one nation, can it be a nation under God that does everything it can to ensure that those liberties are responsible liberties, that our businesses that we're debating and discussing today can be encouraged to do the right thing based on the science or based on statistics, based on what makes us healthier, hopefully saner, less invasive, and less costly than laying up in the emergency ward trying to breathe, or better yet, worse yet, ending up dead, which disproportionately, again, those who are not taking these measures in America and the world are finding to be the statistics. So I don't like mandates. I'm thinking I may very well be supporting this bill. But I thought I would share so that we might look at consistencies. Think about what you do here in November, this unprecedented November, and try to look at how you treat your brothers, your sisters, your community, breathing across the table from them at Thanksgiving, which I hope all of you will have a joyous Thanksgiving to get together, but to think about some of your actions, wherever we find ourselves, and to try and do what we can here in this state and wherever to be consistent in ensuring that we are our brothers and sisters' keeper. Thank you.
Senate President from Butler, do you wish to respond? Do we have any further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the carrier of the bill. I have been concerned that some allowances for medical exemptions have been defined too narrowly. So I think the language that refers to endangering the health or the life of the employee may be broader and may be more appropriate. But I'm asking if that following phrase, or an individual who resides with the employee, is part of the federal language on exemptions for health reasons.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think I caught the back half of the question, so I'll make sure I reframe it. We're asking about the medical exemption as it pertains to someone else that resides in the House being part of federal language. I don't think that's part of federal language. That did come out of the base language from Iowa, and the arguments around that, because there was some conversation around that, were to, there are cases that were believed to be where you could be affecting the other individual in the House. We just wanted that to be accommodated, but I don't believe it's in the federal language.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was understanding that we were trying in this bill to follow some of the federal prescriptions for both those health mandates and allowances for religious beliefs. So I believe that may be actually an overreach and an inappropriate part of this bill. If the Senate President would like to respond, that's fine. I have a few other comments.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now I'm following you. And so the match is that the feds recognize medical and religious exemption. We use the definition of religion. So this is the state quantifying the details of the medical exemption. So as it pertains to it is a medical exemption, and the federal government does recognize that as a valid exemption. So just for a little clarity.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then remain confused about this language. If an individual has a concern about a vaccination for themselves, I am wondering how that would affect any other individuals that they're living with. So again, I think it just adds a little bit of confusion to this proposal. Many of the people who've contacted me about this issue have referred to the unconstitutionality of the mandates. And certainly, there's a lot of questions about mandates. That's a very important question. Is it constitutional? One that has been asked and one that must be answered by the courts. I don't believe that I, as a Kansas legislator, have the ability to rule on that constitutional question. And I also want to say that I believe freedoms are important both for employers and employees. I am not yet convinced that this bill strikes a balance between employees and employers, and that makes me hesitant to take action to support it. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little clarity. I think that little distraction there. What qualifies the medical exemption is the physician's signature. It's not, so you have to have, if you're contending there's a risk to the other individual, whatever that is, you would have to have a physician or a medical professional that's listed in this pursuant agree to that and sign off on that. And so that's what creates the legitimacy of the medical exemption, which is where I think we want to be, and having the doctor play doctor and not the employer play doctor.
Senator from, for the hot mic there, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, you did sit down, so this will be your second time speaking on the subject, so you have the floor.
I can accept that. I just simply want to say that I did understand that a physician would need to sign off on that, but again, I don't see how, and this is just referring to a health exemption for a vaccination. And I think we're just adding to misunderstandings if we are trying to say in any way that one person getting a vaccination could affect others in their household. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say it actually clarifies the confusion that it is the job of the medical professional to create that, not what somebody or somebody else might think about what might happen. It's the medical profession making that determiner for their patient.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato, this will be your second time speaking on the subject.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the Senator Ty Masterson, the Senate President, if he would.
You may proceed. He's standing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this bill were to pass into law, would it be retroactive to those who have already lost their jobs due to this issue? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's a little bit of a yes and no there because we can't retroactively pass a law, but when this passes, the answer is yes. There's language around unemployment for pending cases, right? If a person was aggrieved in this way and was applied for exemption and lost and was terminated, and their case is still pending, the adjudication is after this would pass, and so those people would be accommodated, that there would be cases. So to that degree, it's retroactive. So their termination would have happened before this, but at the case pending would have to take this into a case. There's a little bit of a yes/no there, but the intention is to make that catch everybody since the announcement of the mandate.
Are there any further questions for the Senator from Butler? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple questions. First, we do have a notable shortage of healthcare workers in the state, and we do have areas where there's a lack of access. So do we have a plan in place or ready to address the situation in regard to a potential increase in health care workers leaving the state because they do not want to work in an unsafe environment?
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything beyond anecdotal. My daughter's an RN, several people that testified were RNs. They did not know of any cases where someone was going to leave because somebody was able to get an exemption to the mandate. There were, on the flip side of that, a significant number of medical professionals that were opposed for whether it be medical or religious reasons to that. So this actually solves that. So as long as their individual rights are honored, it would actually help us maintain the largest workforce possible.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
I do understand there are some healthcare workers who may be in that position as outlined, but interestingly, healthcare organizations, chambers have come out against such provisions, which I would think speaks a little bit more loudly to the already problematic situation we have with access to healthcare in our state. I do have another question too, as I'm sitting here thinking about the possibilities. Last session, there was a lot of talk about people getting benefits who likely aren't intended to get them or who aren't entitled. And we have a lot of hoops in place for people to get unemployment insurance now or to qualify for other programs. They have to provide documentation. They have to provide information. So as an individual in Kansas, let's say I have a job working for a company that requires a vaccine. I've already been vaccinated, but they don't know that, and they don't have to have any type of proof. There's nothing required. I refuse to provide proof based upon my religious beliefs, so I get fired. I can now go collect unemployment insurance as well as get that employer fined.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's actually incorrect. You would have had to have applied to your employer, regardless of whether you've been vaccinated or not, you would have had to request accommodation for that, for the COVID-19 vaccine, been denied that accommodation and fired for that purpose. Whether or not you were vaccinated is not a determiner. You have to have gone through that process to qualify.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
But there's no proof of religious exemption? Because we did say earlier that we're not questioning who you serve, what you believe in regard to your religion. So that leaves the opening.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I'm fully understanding the question. So you're contending there's a employee that has been vaccinated, fully vaccinated, but their employer doesn't know it. So they don't want to provide proof. So they would go to firing instead of ask for accommodation. Still don't have to say whether or not you're vaccinated or not, but you're applying for an accommodation. Been denied that accommodation and fired. And it just strikes me that I can't imagine a single individual that would put themselves in that position unnecessarily. But am I understanding the scenario proposed? That's my question back. I'm not sure I'm fully understanding because it seems.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Sorry, I was waiting for the nod or the word. Well, again, we talked last session about what people might do to override the system or find a way around if people aren't wanting to work. So it appears to be a hole.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see it as a whole because it comes back to the right of the individual, right? All the employer has to do to not have that happen is accept people's individual rights, right? And honor the request for accommodation as it pertains to the COVID-19 vaccine. That's all that has to happen. And so it would almost be to the ridiculous that somebody would go through that process being vaccinated and get themselves fired for a religious exemption. I guess I have to say I don't see it as a whole because it seems to the ridiculous scenario, and that the key, we've got to stay focused on the fundamental right of the individual. I don't see any case in which that would be the scenario.
Chamber colleagues, I would like to remind everyone that when asking a question that you do address the chair, as uncomfortable as that might be, that we have switched out. I know Senate Vice President Wilborn was a lot better to address, but we still have to address the chair when we communicate. So Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
So it does stand, though, that people can work around the parameters that are there. And whether we think people are going to do that or not, we have no safeguards. So an individual can say, due to my religion, my beliefs, I'm not vaccinated, I'm not going to get vaccinated per the requirements, and then I can go through that process if I want to. So I'm going to move on to, we've talked about people who own businesses in this legislature, people who work for other employers outside of the legislature. Many people have jobs outside of here. So there's also that impact as far as if people potentially work for a company that mandates a vaccine and they don't want to abide by it. But I think the bigger thing here is that last session, again, we talked a whole lot about paying benefits to people to stay home when a vaccine was not readily available to the public because of the pandemic. It now seems ironic that we're thinking about paying people benefits, incentivizing them to stay home when we do have a vaccine and things in place. And again, people had to provide all kinds of documentation for those programs to qualify and to be paid. At the same time, we have a large number of businesses, small and large, along with hospitals having difficulties hiring. This probably is not the time to be incentivizing people for unemployment. I don't like mandates. I wish people would get vaccinated because it's the right thing to do, as was alluded to earlier, to protect our neighbors and to take care of one another. But mandates have been settled for over 2 centuries. For smallpox in particular in 1809. And at that time, technology was not as advanced as it is now. We already have more people leaving the state than moving in. problems with access to health care, and struggles with businesses to find employees. This bill exacerbates those problems and additionally puts the lives of Kansans at risk. There's been a lot of talk today about personal freedom, but please keep in mind, liberty was never meant to be held hostage for personal reasons. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think I would as well. So it does stand. The answer is yes, it does stand that people have an individual right, medically and religiously. That does stand, and that's why we are standing here. That's why I am standing here. And thank you for the opportunity to reiterate. It's why we're incenting people to pay them to stay home. You have to be aggrieved by the statute, meaning you have to have had your rights denied to even qualify. And in that case, they should qualify. You've been denied. And it's this upside down world. It is this bill that will reduce the difficulty in maintaining the workforce, not the opposite. That was the whole premise of the projections on UI, that we'll have all these people that are going to be laid off or fired, and it's because they would have been denied their rights. Again, let's bring down the focus. It's about people being aggrieved right now before we get back. Concede there's lots of work to do, but it is about the individual and their fundamental medical and religious rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl, and this is your
The second time, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was discussed by a previous senator, I believe the senator from Wyandotte, that whether this would be constitutional or not, this law. And I don't know about at the state level, but at the federal level, there's several cases that was similar to this. There was Jacobson versus United States in 1902 that dealt with smallpox vaccination, and they found that was unconstitutional, and they favored it for the employer. Another one was based in 1919, I believe. I forgot the name of the case, but it dealt with the Spanish flu. And again, the federal court ruled in favor of the employer forcing people to get vaccinated for them to work in each of those cases. And so the last one I could find was, I believe, in June of this year, where the federal government, again, said that it was, they ruled in favor of the employer. Now, that's all federal. That has completely different than the state. So I just wanted to throw that out there, because when I listened to the senator from Wyandotte, he was saying something about whether it's constitutional or not. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senate President Masterson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator from Finney is correct. I mean, that was federal, and that's actually a key distinction. For example, and we often hear about this Jacobson case, but even in that case, right, that was the state, not the feds, right? We live in a federation of states, and they have limited power as a federal government. There is a case to be made that the state, as the sovereign entity, right, could have some type of egregious action like that. But even in Jacobson, a lot of people don't realize they still did not force the injection. They fined him. I think it was $5. I think it was back then. It's something synonymous, like $150 a day. So a modest fine, even in the Jacobson case, but still agreed the state should not be able to force the injection on the individual. They fined him for breaching a statute. And that's just that layer at the state level, where you do have a sovereign entity that has some potential to do that. But there is no question the federal government does not have that immutable power by any stretch. So those cases really do not, I mean, they're brought up because they have the same subject matter, but they do not at all apply to what we're dealing with today.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to expound on the Senate President's remarks on Jacobson, the only evidence that the state gave in that particular case is that they had issued a mandate. That was the only thing. And so there was no evidence as to whether or not it was a safety issue for Jacobson or not. So the Jacobson case really does fall short. I do also want to reiterate very clearly that the country is made up of 350 million, give or take, individuals. I think that point's been made time and time again here, but the federal government was formed by the states, not the other way around. And individual rights and liberties right now are being trampled by a lawless federal government. And as we saw in the special committee, day in and day out by over 100 conferees, we finally reached a point in time where these people are rising up and say, we've reached a point where there's a line in the sand they will not cross. And that line is their individual rights to affirm the fact that they do not want to be forced to be part of a federal, a nationwide clinical trial on a vaccine that does not and has not been vetted. And I don't want to go into the safety and efficacy of it, but there are serious doubts among all those conferees about whether or not they want to take the vaccine. There's good reasons for that. I would suggest that the mandate from the federal government, from the Biden administration, violates the First, Fourth, Fifth, Ninth, 10th, and 14th Amendments, and people are being forced to decide between their personal liberty or their ability to feed their family. And as the Senate President accurately pointed out, this is a situation that actually helps us in keeping people employed. I've talked to many professionals in the healthcare industry, from physicians to nurses to other people outside that industry, to pilots, to attorneys, who, if forced to take the vaccine, will find another profession. This is the vaccine mandate is going to have unintended consequences reaching far beyond what we expect. And you have to flip it on the head. You look at all the countries where they have a very high vaccination rate, they are also having a very high incidence of reinfection. So have employers considered the fact that the vaccines may actually be causing problems, and we may be forced with higher healthcare costs and other unintended consequences from the mandate itself. And I think I'll just stop it right there rather than go on and pontificate, but I just want to make the point that we've reached the point where people say no. That's why the gallery is full. That's why we had close to 150 people show up and testify on that day, and every one of them asked for their individual rights and liberties to be respected, and I think that's why we're here today. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Are there any other questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
County, sorry.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Would the carrier of the bill stand for question?
He would.
Thank you. I would ask the carrier of the bill if we could put a state nullification process in place. Could we have avoided this legislation and this crisis in the state of Kansas?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm not an attorney, but I think that is true, that if we did have that in place, but caveat, not my job.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you to the President also. That is a major issue for many states nowadays, is the federal overreach and the mandates that have been not just with the vaccine, but we've seen it in waters of the U.S. and other items. Our federal government is out of control. So I know today there is an opportunity for amendments, but I would like to wait until until regular session, and I will be proposing legislation for a nullification process for the state of Kansas so that we can avoid this situation in the future. I know it's been attempted by other states, but we need the language to protect Kansas. It would give us an opportunity for the legislature to take a look at these federal mandates, federal executive orders, laws, whatever they may be, that are trying to supersede the state's authority. By our U.S. Constitution, the states have the authority, not the federal government. And so I appreciate everything the Senate President and others have done on this legislation. I'm anxious for the trailer bill during regular session and look forward to the opportunity to vote to support our constituents and their freedoms against, and you have to ask yourself on these vaccine mandates, why is the post office excluded? Why are illegal immigrants excluded? Why is Congress excluded? These exclusions make no logical sense. Why are these vaccine mandates even being put in place with those types of exclusions? So thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I look forward to the opportunity to bring that legislation in the future.
Are there any other questions, comments? Yes, Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chairman, I've requested an amendment, and I'm still waiting. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any amendments prepared and ready? Seeing none, we'll stand at ease for a minute. Excuse me, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am still waiting on an amendment that I had asked the revisers earlier this morning to prepare when I just received a copy of Senate Bill 1 just this morning. So if you need me to delay, I'm happy to do so by speaking, or we can sit and wait for my amendment to arrive from the reviser's office.
Senator from Butler, do you have any, Masterson, do you have remarks for that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to move the pieces down the board to see what's the best way to do, because the House has passed their version of the bill. In order to get into conference, this might be a little dangerous, I'm thinking out loud in public, but the goal is to get into conference because we have positions that the House does not have. One possibility would be, because we then either have to take up their bill or they have to take up our bill, is since they have passed and it's being written, is that as soon as we get all the paperwork we need, we could take up the House's bill in the same posture we're in now, have an amendment that puts our language in their bill so we can continue our debate and hear the amendments. The adjustment would be that you need to touch with the revisers, those that still have amendments, and have them written to the House number, but the language would be the same, so it should go pretty quickly. And then as soon as we concluded our debate, we would be in conference posture. So that's a possibility, because there's no intention to short sheet anybody's ability to have an amendment, but that is something that could potentially move us along. And so that what that would look like is we would vote on our bill right now. Amendment's not in yet, but we just vote on where we're at to get a Senate position, and then we'd amend the House bill. So then we're in conference with the subject matter. And so if you're willing to, if the body would be willing, we could, since there are no amendments here yet, we could cast our vote on SB 1 to finish off a position and then have the debate later. But I'm open to what you guys would like to do. I think that would move the process along.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would appreciate the opportunity to follow the diplomatic process and allow my amendment to be heard or presented. This morning, we said the Pledge of Allegiance, and it said, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Determining one's ability to apply for or maintain employment based on COVID-19 vaccination status is discrimination. That is meant to divide us. Are we going to allow the current presidential administration to divide us? This is the process. I would appreciate the opportunity to wait for the revisor's office to submit my amendment. And I have it in writing here. And I'm happy to present it in that sense first, if that would help speed things along. But I don't have an official copy of it in print to share with the body. And I think that the body would appreciate seeing it in print.
We'll hold your question in advance and get a formal protocol answer to that question. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to make sure, because it felt like there was a serious misunderstanding in what I was saying. Nobody would be denied the ability to make an amendment on our subject, period. It was a matter of timing and posture. That was not in any way meant to subvert anything about having an amendment. I was trying to offer a timing solution that could speed the process up a little bit and yet not deny anybody anything. And so that was that suggestion. So I'll even apologize. This is the danger of thinking out loud, right? I'd even apologize if anybody even thought that there was a subversion of not being able to offer their amendment.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I apologize for my emotion. But just like the rest of the body, I have received numerous phone calls, text messages, emails, and not a single one of those people asked me for unemployment. Those people were not even necessarily asking for an exemption. They were asking for the freedom to carry out their jobs as they have for, in some cases, over 30 years. These people were not asking for unemployment. They're not asking for exemptions. And how dare we allow the current administration to divide us? I think that we can all come to an agreement on something that is much better than what is currently put before us. And you know, other states have actually already taken action. In fact, the state of Montana did this clear back in May. And with all due respect, we had a senator present 2 bills last session that would have stopped a lot of these vaccine mandates. In fact, we could have been here over a month ago. Myself, along with 4 fellow patriots, tried to call a special session over a month ago. In fact, I believe the email was sent out on September 26th, before leadership had even announced that there was a special committee. All of us have received these phone calls. It is well past the time that we do something. The people are begging of us to do something. So I dare not let this go to conference committee without the opportunity to get an amendment on it that actually protects personal freedom, that actually protects our individual liberties, our inalienable rights that are granted to us in both the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Kansas. We cannot get this wrong. We cannot afford to get this wrong. I have watched bills go through these bodies, and we've spent months on things, and they still end up incorrect. They still end up in question or in the courts. And maybe this is where this will end up, but I think we have to give it the fair opportunity to make that happen. So, with all respect, I do ask that we wait until my amendment be shared. Thank you.
The senator from Barton, we do have a ruling. If you would like to submit your written bill to the Secretary of the Senate and then give the explanation, we will allow that.
Okay. I only have 1 copy here. Could we pause for a moment and get another copy?
We will pause and get a copy. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll stand at ease until we get a copy and be ready for the explanation of vote. We'll pause. The Senate will come back to order, and the Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is just a point of information. The way I interpreted the Senate President's comments is basically to facilitate the process and not in any way to silence or to stifle speech. I think the suggestion was made is that since the House has sent this bill over here to the House contents, that basically we pick that up, act upon that, and still provide everybody an opportunity to offer amendments. Because quite honestly, those who have amendments now, they will have an opportunity to offer them again anyway once we put that the new House bill, bring it over and work that. So, and for the body's edification, I will not be offering an amendment anymore on this. I've decided that I'm probably part of the problem, not of the solution, if I'm railing about the lack of transparency of how things have come to the Senate floor, and yet here's Holland at the last minute trying to make an amendment that people may not understand. So I'm not going to be offering any amendments, and I would just support the Senate President's process suggestion that in no way silences and offers everybody to offer their amendments, but we do kind of move this along. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, would you like to express your view? Senator Masterson from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I'm obviously, I appreciate the remarks from Senator from Douglas. Obviously, he was having struggle communicating with the senator from, because the amendments will be offered. You will still have a position in conference. It would just be made on the House's version of the bill. Like, you know, we get a House bill over here, we amend it on our side, that goes to conference, that's our Senate position. Everybody, Senator from Brown would have opportunity, Senator from Stafford would have opportunity to amend the bill and still have a Senate position in conference. That is what we dealt with here. It was simply a bill number issue is what we would be talking about. So that, obviously I was having trouble making that clear, that all these amendments would still be part of a Senate position. It would just be on a House bill, which would then go to conference. We'd still have a Senate position. Thank you. I hope that helped.
The Senator from Johnson, the Minority Leader, Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. That I was going to clarify, as the Senate President and I have been talking, and wanting to be easier on the revisers as well as us, bringing that bill over and then putting the Senate bill in and then being able to debate and amend before we pass something to the House. Thank you.
Yes, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. I rise in support of this potential action. Hopefully, at that point, we'll have a chance to have 2 more tries at the discussion. Is that correct, Mr. Vice President, during that debate?
We will have an opportunity to debate that bill on its merits, yes.
Okay, I think this sounds like a good bill. The one thing I also want to clarify is that one of the concerns I know is we wouldn't have a Senate position, but I think what we heard from the Senate President is that by taking our bill into that House position, we would then establish the Senate position at that point in time after we debated with 2 more tries at the well, and then we could proceed. Is that correct?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. That is correct, and another good point. You would be on a new question, so everybody would be reset on their 2 times to address it in that new posture.
And all the
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to be clear on the procedure here, if I understand right. So we will not be taking action on the Senate bill. We would bring the House bill in, get it, put in the Senate language, and then offer amendments. Is that correct, Mr. Vice President?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And yes, but it just made me think, we could have 2 vehicles or 2 shots. We could go ahead and cast a vote on the Senate bill to have that vehicle go to the House, because they would have to take it up to make it conferenceable. But yes, whether or not we vote on the Senate bill, we could also pull the motion. The idea would be read in the message, put our language that's in the Senate bill in the House bill, and yes, 100% take it up. Senator from Brown would have opportunity to amend and talk 2 more times, and we would then complete our work in that vein. The only risk of not voting on the Senate bill would be there'd be only 1 singular vehicle in conference and not even a possibility of the second one, because it would not have passed the body.
So,
yes, the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, and excuse me. We will, Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
thank you, Mr. Vice President. My understanding of what's being said is that we would send a Senate bill out of here without any amendments, and it would be conferenceable. I don't like that. If instead the procedure is to work the House bill and put the Senate language in it and amend that, and that is the conferenceable item, fine. Also, would that not be, Mr. Vice President, potential for a concur from the House to the Senate amendments, and we're done?
I will let the Senate President from Butler answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. President. The answer is no and no. The Senate passing its own bill over to the House is not conferenceable because there's no vehicle in conference. It would give it to the House for them to do potentially what we would be talking about doing, your gut, and put their language in it, which then, and pass it, which would then make it conferenceable. And the House bill coming over here and having that message read in, because there are no vehicles in conference, there is no motion to concur in order, because it wouldn't be in a posture for that. We would have to take that up and make it conferenceable and pass it. Then it would be in a posture of concur.
Thank you.
The Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, I noticed on my sheet that you've had 2 bites of the apple, but we'll give you a chance again.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm assuming this is just a question about the procedure,
yes, okay.
Not about the bills. And that's, my concern is an understanding that the House bill does not address unemployment. And I'm assuming that the body could take action on the House bill, and would that eliminate any opportunities to have amendments on unemployment if we address the House bill and we don't get to addressing the Senate bill?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And again, thinking out loud gets you here. But the answer, so here is what would happen if we went to this expedited process. We would just conclude our business here and pass the Senate bill to send it over to the House. it's not conferenceable until they do something with it. But what we would do on this side, read in the message of the House's bill. First Amendment up would in effect be a gut and go of the House's bill to put in the language we're debating. That passes. We're now exactly where we are right now and subject to amendment, debate, and roll call with the UI language in it because it would be the language of the Senate. Then if we pass that, that vehicle is then conferenceable because it has amendments from the Senate. Now, that would also be in a posture at that point of a motion to concur from the House. But we would also, I think it would be prudent to send the Senate bill over just so there's a second vehicle potentially down the road. But I hope that's not clear as mud. But the UI, the intention would be to bring the amendment, to bring our language in, to continue our debate from this point forward, including Senator from Stafford, Senator from Brown, whoever else had an amendment on the new language.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I understand the intention, but am concerned that it also requires that we know what we all will do when we come to vote. And that's my hesitation. I think everyone in this body should be free to take actions as they see fit in the order that we expect. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, the Minority Leader, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Would the Senator from Brown ask his question again? Because I actually believe he was asking if we pass. I think the answer that the President gave was incorrect because if we pass the House bill with amendments, it could go to the House and they could concur.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to clarify. I thought that was your question. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, would you like to?
I agree with what she said. I disagree with what the President explained. I believe that once that House bill is amended, they can concur to the Senate amendments to that bill and it passes. So, you know, I definitely, in my opinion, speaking out loud, would not send them a Senate bill with the UI in it if you expect to keep the UI. I would not be opposed to bringing the House bill in, getting it, putting our language in it, offering amendments on that language, give them one opportunity. They can concur to the Senate position. Thank you.
Senator Longvine from Lyon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As I understand our process and our rules, I believe if we send a House bill to the House, it is subject to a motion to concur at any time. That is dangerous in a couple of spots. Number one is that if the motion to concur passes, then that is the language, and there will be no conference committee, there will be no opportunity for either body to adjust. The other thing that I think needs to concern this body is if we get the House bill, insert Senate language, and we do not pass our Senate bill across our floor, then if the House would not concur with these Senate amendments, then I believe we have a situation where that bill is dead and we don't have a shell, which means we go home.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm clearly struggling because that was exactly what I said. The question originally asked was if we pass the Senate bill, is that conferenceable? And the Senate bill is not conferenceable until they do something with it. The House bill clearly is conferenceable. So that is exactly what was articulated. I obviously didn't do it cleanly enough, was exactly what I stated, that the House bill, once amended by the Senate, is open to a motion concur and open to conference. And I also agree with the Senator from Lyon, and why it'd be prudent to pass the Senate bill is so that second vehicle is there and we're not left empty-handed. So we can take as much time as we want, do it however we want, but ideally from a process standpoint, we'd send the Senate bill over, we'd read in the House bill, we'd gut it to our language, we'd accept the amendments that are coming, and then we would be down the road. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
We now return to the senator from Barton, Senator Straub. It's my understanding you have turned in the written document and you're prepared to give an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is fairly simple, even though it prints out as at least 9 pages and includes other sections that are on the last 4 pages. But in just, this is a protection of individual liberties. And the Kansas Act Against Discrimination does exactly that, especially when it involves employment practice, public housing, or any other public accommodation. So my amendment would simply change the current Kansas Act Against Discrimination by adding in the language after race, or it says, it shall be deemed an exercise of the police power of the state for the protection of the public welfare, safety, health, and peace of the people of this state. The practice or policy of discrimination against individuals in employment relations, in relation to free and public accommodations, in housing by reason of race, religion, color, sex, disability, COVID-19 vaccination status, national origin, or ancestry, or in housing by reason of familial status is a matter of concern to the state, since such discrimination threatens not only the rights and privileges of the inhabitants of the state of Kansas, but menaces the institutions and foundations of a free democratic state. It is hereby declared to be the policy of the state of Kansas to eliminate and prevent discrimination in all employment relations, to eliminate and prevent discrimination, segregation, or separation in all places of public accommodations covered by this act, and to eliminate and prevent discrimination, segregation, or separation in housing. So very simply, adding into the Kansas Act Against Discrimination the language COVID-19 vaccination status. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I almost hate to say it because, I mean, the goal is laudable, but I believe this is not germane to our bill. And I'd like to answer that question before we end up down a rabbit hole. I challenge the germaneness.
The committee will meet to challenge germaneness. Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Rules Committee has met and determined after discussion that the proposed amendment is not germane to the bill because the proposed amendment, while the intent is understood, it does not comply with germaneness with the bill. The amendment would require a change to the bill title. The amendment deals with a different topic or subject, which includes housing accommodations and other public accommodations, and the bill as presented is very narrow in focus regarding medical exemptions and religious exemptions when an employer requires a COVID-19 vaccination for employees. And the amendment would introduce an independent question, meaning should we amend the Kansas Act Against Discrimination to include public accommodations and the COVID-19 vaccination status. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator from Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to challenge the ruling of the committee on the grounds that this is in addition to the current bill. This is not intended to replace Senate Bill 1, but it is intended to add to it to further protect religious freedom, health freedom, COVID-19 and not be discriminated against based on COVID-19 vaccination status. There are multiple points of contact with this bill, and I don't think that it poses a new question, but just answers the question of whether an employer can discriminate based on your status, on your COVID-19 vaccination status. The current bill, as it stands, would still allow an employer to ask you if you are vaccinated. And since Kansas is an at-will state, if an employer fires you and doesn't give you a reason for firing, or say you showed up late to work one day and they know you're not vaccinated, they have grounds to fire you on anything they wish. So it could create unrest in our state. It could disrupt the peace. I think this amendment is very much germane to this issue, and therefore I challenge the ruling.
The ruling of the chair has been challenged. A yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. A no vote overturns it. All in favor say aye. Those opposed. All in favor of sustaining the chair say aye. Opposed, no. The aye. Division's been called. Is there 5? Yeah, those in favor, please stand. All those in favor of the ruling, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. The vote is 28-6 to sustain the ruling. We're back on the bill. Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I've made this mistake once, and I promised myself I would never do it again. So I would like to call a roll call vote on the ruling of the germaneness of this amendment. Therefore, the people will know who has stood in support of their individual liberties.
We need to see 5 hands. Roll call, yes.
Point of
Senator-
order.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I believe you said we were back on the bill.
yeah, I did. We're back on the bill. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I may be out of order, but I'm going to call for the previous question.
Not seeing 10 hands, we're back on the bill. Are there other amendments? I don't think any are available. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to make sure I'm fully understanding. So the call to the question would have been to the Senate bill, underlying Senate bill, correct? So we did not call the question on the Senate bill. We're just on the bill. I want to make sure I didn't miss something. We are back on the bill. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just for clarification, I was asking for a roll call vote on the ruling on the germaneness. I would like a roll call vote on those who were in favor of and those who were against the ruling of germaneness.
There was a delay and you're asking for it, and there were not 5 hands at that time. So we're back on the bill.
I wasn't aware that I had to ask for that. I believe the senator from Brown asked for division. Division was called. I was not given the opportunity yet to ask for a roll call vote. With all due respect, I would ask that we have a roll call vote on the ruling of the chair as to the germaneness.
The roll call vote numbers were announced. And even after that vote, there were not enough hands raised for the roll call vote.
We never had the question posed to us.
I'm not following what you're saying.
I don't believe that the body, unless someone can correct me, I don't believe that it was asked and given ample time to come up with the 5 hands. The question was never asked.
The chair rules we're back on the bill. Are there any other amendments? Senator from Barton, do you have, Straub, do you have another amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, I would like to propose another amendment. And actually in the bill, sorry, just doing this off the cuff because we're waiting for things from the revisor's office, I don't think by coincidence. And in Senate Bill 1, give me just a moment here.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub, you have a bill in writing.
I do, but I would like to put it in writing within the bill so that way it's clear. What is the time limit on this?
Boy, it's supposed to be here. So I've been just informed. I understand it's supposed to be here in a few minutes. That's all I know.
Okay, if you could just hold for just a few minutes, please, to allow me to get this in writing, and then I'll submit.
Yes, we may. We'll stand at ease. Senator, we'll stand at ease. The Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. A couple things we can do here. One was contemplated was call the question. I'm not going to do that because I want to leave SB1 in the posture we're in potentially, but I would request that we withdraw the motion for SB1, the motion that was made by the majority, we withdraw the motion, withdraw it, and that it retain its place on the calendar.
Senate Bill 1 will be removed from final action and remain on the calendar. We will now stand at ease. Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Do you have an idea of how long we may stand at these, or should we stay in the chamber? Will we be called back? I mean, I don't mind staying here, but I don't want to stay for a couple hours if that's what it's going to be.
We're estimating, and that's all I can give you is an estimate, 5 to 10 minutes.
Point of information, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from
Why not?
From Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I should probably give a little context. So back when I first heard that the House had passed the bill, I had immediately requested an amendment for basically the gut and go on that so we could be back on our subject matter. It is understood. They had an amendment that was offered handwritten or conceptually, so it's taking a while, but they anticipate here in the next 10, 15 minutes having that up. And so that would be when we would take up the new one, as I had given my word to the Senator from Barton that we're going to take up the same subject matter and be open for amendment. So all we're waiting for right now is the amendment that puts the Senate language into the House bill to come back on our motion.
Yes, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator
Thank
Haley.
you, Mr. Vice President. So just to clarify, the House has completed its work for the time being. It's done everything that it's required to do.
And we'll refer to the Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
I apologize, Mr. Vice President. I had a sidebar going, and I did not hear the question.
Mr. Vice President, I was asking to concur that the House has done everything it's supposed to do. It's basically waiting on our action. It's done everything right now. The House has. They've completed their work for the time being. Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President, yeah, to answer that.
Senator from Butler.
Thank you. They have processed their bill, and it's for some reason, and I know there's some in here that think this was intentional, but I have no idea why it would be or who would have done it. But this delay is because one of the amendments was handwritten and things, and we've got some problems with our systems, right? And so my understanding is they're just processing the paperwork from what was done this morning. They have done everything they needed to do to complete their bill. We have the message. We're waiting for the amendment to put our version in it and take that up.
Okay. And Mr. Vice President, if I can, so just point of information, while we're waiting, approximately what does it cost to have the legislature in session for a day? Would you know, Mr. Vice President, or anybody else? I mean, just, I've heard different numbers of what it costs to have us do a full day.
That is not a point of order information.
It's a point of information.
I'll refer to the Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I mean, by the point of information, I think the latest estimates are around $65,000 for us to be in session for a day. But when you're dealing with individual liberties and freedoms, small price to pay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank the Senate President. I certainly will share that with the taxpayers back home of how whatever they're paying for, it's well worth it just to continue the process after the 125 members of the House have done theirs and 40 members of the Senate are still waiting to do that. I'm sure they'll appreciate that back home, our taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Hold your applause up there, please.
Senate now is back in session. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of H.R. 6001, a resolution relating to the organization of the 2021 special session of the House of Representatives and selection of the following officers: Ron Reichman, Speaker of the House; Blaine Finch, Speaker Pro Tem; Dan Hawkins, Majority Leader; Tom Sawyer, Minority Leader; Susan Kinar, Chief Clerk; Foster Chisholm, Sergeant at Arms, and awaits the pleasure of the Senate. Announcing passage of HB 2001. House Bill 2001, an act concerning employer COVID-19 vaccine requirements, announcing adoption of SCR 1601.
This constitutes the introduction of House Bill 2001. This time, I'm referring the House Bill 2001 to the committee as a whole. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and House Bill 2001 be advanced to final action subject to amendment, debate, and roll call.
You have heard the motion. All of those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. To carry House Bill 2001, the chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have an amendment. We made it. So the amendment, all this amendment does is it guts the House's bill as it came over, but puts in the language that we have been debating right here today in its entirety. It's that simple. Takes the House's guts, it puts in what was Senate Bill 1 and gets us back in the posture debating under 2001, subject to an amendment, debate, and roll call. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Senator from Butler, have you turned in the amendment?
I have. Thank you for backing me up, Mr. Vice President. It is Amendment 9135.
Thank you. You want to explain the amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't even have any better explanation than what I just gave, and do not need to read it.
Are there any questions on the amendment? You may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the amendment.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. We are back on the bill. Are there any questions? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I'm waiting for an amendment, Mr. Chairman. So I want to know if I'm going to be allowed to offer that amendment.
That's our intention. There's a number of amendments
That was
coming.
the intention on Senate Bill 1, too, and the amendment wasn't allowed. So
I understand.
I'm waiting for that amendment.
Good.
And as soon as it gets here, I'll offer it. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you. I'm waiting for an amendment, and I don't think it'll be very long before it arrives.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't have to get a little flashy light over here. Given the kind of this adjustment in posture, I know it's going to take the revisers a little bit of time because they're still under. Now, it shouldn't be as long because now there's not a lot to change to the amendments unless the members have changed their amendments other than the 2001. I would suggest we stand at ease for maybe an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and allow for that time to process and allow me to eat some lunch, and then we'll just come back and do this thing. So that would be, if you don't mind, Mr. Vice President, I would like to stand at ease until about 3:15.
We will stand at ease until 3:15. It will come to order. If you have your amendments, turn them in so we can get started on the amendment process. Till then, I'll turn to the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's my understanding we've had some of the amendments at least delivered up into the room. I don't know that they've been turned in yet, so we're at the point I'm ready to stand for more questions, ready for amendments. So any member that has their amendment and ready to turn them in, I'm glad to stand for questions.
Are there any amendments or are there any questions? Again, any amendments? Any questions? Yes, the senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like a little time to review House Bill 2001 with the amendment I just received from the revisor's office just a few moments. So if someone else would like to go before me.
Very good.
Thank you.
I'll pass to you, and now Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
I have my amendment, but I just need a few minutes to ask the revisor a question.
Very good. Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I thought I might fill in a little time for you. I thought about doing stand-up, but I decided against that. I do want to announce that I have a bill that will be pre-filed prior to the session that deals with a monument erected on the Capitol grounds in honor of Gold Star mothers. For those that are not familiar with Gold Star mothers, those are mothers who have lost children in the service and in conflict. And so This proposal has already passed the Capital Preservation Committee, and so no tax dollars will be expended. It will all be raised privately for the construction of this monument. Anyone who would like to co-sponsor, we have 24 presently, but anybody else who would like to sign on simply needs to send an email to Jason Long in the revisor's office, and their name will be added. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I will follow the previous senator's lead on that. I have a bill that I will be pre-filing, and I would like to know if anybody would want to co-sponsor. What this bill does, we've heard of CRT and other issues in our schools. We will always be chasing that language if we're not careful. So what this bill would do would require the classroom material to be posted online, not the material itself, but the name of the material, the author, the version, and the date, so that parents and taxpayers could go out and check out the material that's actually being taught in our classrooms. So if anybody would like to co-sponsor, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other announcements? The Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Following along those lines as well, I will be pre-filing a bill that those who were in the Senate in 2020 have all seen before. It is Senate Bill in the 2020 session 420, and if you recall, it did pass out of the Senate 40-0, and it is a bill that makes it a sex offense if you have a mobile phone, cell phone, or other recording device, and you use it to record or otherwise take photos of someone without their knowledge in various states of undress, for instance, under a divider in a dressing room or bathroom or something like that. So I will be looking for co-sponsors for that. Again, it passed out of the Senate 40-0 in 2020, and it didn't make it out of the House in 2020 because, as you will recall, in 2020, the legislature adjourned in March of 2020 because of the pandemic. And so we're kind of working on it again, and I'll be looking for co-sponsors for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Are we ready for any amendments? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle?
Are you ready for my amendment?
I don't know.
I don't know either. You know, I could say I'll try to be brief, but I would mean only as brief as the senator from Wyandotte.
Senator, have you turned your amendment in?
Just did.
Good. What's the number?
Let me get my glasses. 9139.
Do you want to explain the amendment or have it read?
Let's have it read, please.
Mr. President, I move to amend HB 2001 as amended by House on final action by amending the amendment designated as FA-2021-HB 2001-S-9135, adopted by the Senate Committee of the Whole on November 22nd, 2021, after E, by inserting no employer shall impose a COVID-19 vaccine requirement unless such requirement is expressly authorized by an act of the legislature. F, in the title after the insertion, by inserting prohibiting employers from imposing COVID-19 vaccine requirements not expressly authorized by law.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment on Senate Bill 1, which I wasn't allowed to offer, I didn't get to do that, was a little different than this one, in that this one adds to what we're already, with the amendment we've offered on the House bill, putting the Senate language in, but it still would be a prohibition on an imposition of COVID-19 restrictions, requirements. And I would say that the way this will work, if I understand the revisor right, this limits them, employers, so that they can't do a vaccine requirement. But if they did do one, then what else is in this bill would come into play. And I believe that's the way he explained it to me. But my whole objective here is to put a prohibition on the requirement for the vaccine, because my rights don't start with the employer. Employer putting a requirement on me, telling me to do X, Y, and Z with an injection is a limitation on my right and an expansion on the employer's right. So this just says, without express consent of the legislature, this buys us time. This puts an end to the vaccine mandate by employers. We come back in January. If they want to come in and employers run legislation, we'll be here. We can deal with it. But this solves the problem and says Merry Christmas to everybody. You have your job. So I got calls in my district, and I can say that almost 100% of them were from people with jobs. They were not employers. They were employees. I had a professor. I had nurses that live in my district, commute and work at hospitals down here. I had people that work for CPA firms that live in my district with over 100 requirements, employees. You guys have all heard it all. But as I gave this thought this morning, this to me came to mind. And I'm honest, this came to me just out here, just when I passed Hoyt, Kansas. It's like, okay, why don't we just do express consent by the legislature, put a prohibition on any vaccine mandate, and make it that simple? And that's what I'm trying to do. And I'd also like to get this on for a lot of various reasons. And I got to say this today. Our founders, a lot of them, fought for our freedom, and we've heard some good speeches this morning on the floor. And John Paul Jones was the guy that was the captain of a ship, and they took 2 British ships with one smaller ship in the Revolutionary War. And he hid. He was a dramatic player, but he hid, and he told his men, we'll surprise them when they board our ship, and they did. And when he jumped up, he said, I've not yet begun to fight. And he said it in a way that inspired his men, and they captured both ships. Great historic event. You can go read about it. But the one that gets me the most is probably Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry, and I think it's viable today with the vaccine mandate. He said, give me liberty or give me death. He understood what liberty was, and he wanted his liberty even at the cost of his own life. And that may be something we need to look at here, because there are people that do not want to take this vaccine even at the expense of their own lives. So we're here defending that liberty that says, no, you as an employer are not my king. You are not my God. I choose to not take it. We're trying to say religious liberty. What if it's just a protest? What if they just want to say, hey, I don't want a vaccine? I mean, who are we to say what reason they should give and qualify for and make it a religious or a medical? But to me, there ought to be something on the employers in here. I understand the UI part. I'm all for that. But I think this goes further, takes us into that next step that says, no, you can't do a vaccine mandate. So I'll stand for questions, Mr. Vice President.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, Senator from Brown, you may move your motion.
Okay.
Move your amendment.
Mr. Vice President, there's an old saying. Your freedom ends where my nose begins. I don't know how many of you have heard that before, but I've heard it a lot growing up. And I had 3 other brothers. Sometimes I get punched. So my freedom end where my nose began, you know, but that's what's going on here. Employees feel like they're being punched in the nose and that their liberties are being trampled on. And I am trying to offer something that can give some reprieve, at least through the holiday season, and get us to January, so that when the employers come in or the employees, we can have full vetted hearings. Everything can go through the way it's supposed to, and everybody will get their day in court. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move my amendment, and I would ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Vice President. So I need 5 hands to get a roll call vote.
Need 5 hands for a roll call vote. Seeing 5. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call vote is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Baumgardner. Dillinger. Bowers. Clays. Orson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Ag. Boscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. Again. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Having 28 having voted in favor and 7 against, the motion carried. We are now back on the bill. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have an amendment, and it's 9138.
Thank you.
And I have turned it in.
Do you want to explain the amendment or have it read?
I'll just explain it. It was brought to my attention a few days ago that the nature of the railroad work is a little bit unique and different. These individuals work on call and never quite know when they're going to be home. Many spend many days away from home, and in rural communities where they don't have access to 24-hour COVID vaccination locations. What this bill does, is just allows an individual from a railroad to take time off from work to get the vaccine if they wish. And the railroad cannot take any punitive action against the employee for taking time off. In the railroad situation, when they do take off, it's called a layoff, and it's a point system, and then when they get to a certain amount of points, they can be reprimanded or fired. So basically, it just allows them to take time off work if they'd like to get the COVID vaccine. Thank you.
Are there any questions on the amendment? The senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. The question I have with the carrier, if they wouldn't mind, does the railroad have any option when they can take that time off, or is this they can just take it off whenever they want?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator again.
I'm not an expert on railroad employment. My guess is just as you'd have any kind of job, you would ask to be able to take that time off in order to get the vaccine.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Appreciate that. Can I ask Carrie of Amendment a question or two?
You may.
Just
Senator McGinn.
Fully support this amendment, but I don't understand why we're constraining it to just the railroad industry. It seems a little narrow, given that any employee in any public sector, even those workers out there who might be working 2 jobs, to feed their family, could benefit from this particular legislation. And it seems so narrowly defined. I certainly don't have a problem with supporting it, but why did the amendment maker choose to be so specific as to one industry when we could have had it apply to so many more workers to their benefit?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Because I was asked to make it narrowly defined. And if someone else wants to offer a different amendment and expand that, that is fine. I think the reason for this group of individuals is because they're pretty much 24/7 on call.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do appreciate that answer. Thank you. I fully support expanding these employees who, while we all might not want to take this vaccine, understanding how dangerous some folks feel like it can be, and I know some of the people in my community feel the same way, in that circumstance, we've got to also commend those who are brave enough to go into such an experimental area as to take the vaccine for the public good. So I fully support what these employees are doing for them and their own families if they feel like it's appropriate for themselves. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And a quick question for the carrier of the amendment. And I could be totally way out in left field, so please correct me if I am. But most railroads are union and operate under a collaborative agreement or contract, or bargaining agreement, or whatever they call it. Would this interfere with that?
Senator from Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't know what the union contract is, but it's my understanding that they have some of the strictest attendance policies in the workplace, because anytime an employee takes off, they call it a layoff, and they're subject to termination from a points system. So as far as a union contract, I don't have one before me. Don't believe I've ever read one.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Brown. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I appreciate the kind words. From my understanding, it would possibly, and again, it's limited understanding, that it could possibly intercede with a collective bargaining agreement that a union would have with their employer, which is a contract. I'm not too interested in the legislature getting into a contractual dispute when it is something about going to get a vaccine. I understand the 24-hour time that they are on duty, but I just don't think that is a step too far. And as using the words from the good senator from Leavenworth, for an experiment, maybe we shouldn't be interfering with the contract. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
This was brought to me by somebody that is part of the union.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And one interesting thing I noted is if we pass this, it would be the 5,161st time we'd include the words notwithstanding any other provision of law. That's a side note. But, and I know it references COVID-19 vaccine, but to be consistent with my objections, I think I would, since we're requiring railroads to allow employees time off, it seems to be getting far afield, and I would challenge the germaneness before we get too much further.
Amendment has been challenged for germaneness. The Rules Committee will meet. Call on the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The committee has met, and it is the decision of the Rules Committee that the amendment is not germane, and it is not germane because it changes the title of the bill and it expands the scope of the bill. The scope is about exemptions if you are an employee who either has a medical exemption or a religious exemption, a reason to not get the vaccine. If it is imposed by an employer, it does not discuss what to do if you are an employee who wants to go get the vaccine. I served on the special committee on government overreach and the impact of COVID-19 mandates, and I don't recall that we had any representative from any railroad or any union representative of any railroad or any railroad worker come and testify about this particular subject. We did have other union members come and testify, and they didn't mention this was a problem at all. So, and it opens up the bill for just a special class of workers, and for those reasons, the ruling is that it's not germane. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Rules Committee has ruled the amendment is non-germane. We're back on the bill. There are amendments. I know there are, but they're hiding somewhere. Yes, the senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I was just reading a more simple amendment. I will have the revisor get that up here just as quickly as they can. It'll be just a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to give every opportunity to offer amendments. Senator Straub, is there any chance have they communicated with you? The senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Sorry
May
for
I
the
interrupt
delay.
just a moment? Please come to order. Thank you, Senator. Please proceed.
My apologies for the delay. We're all at the mercy of the revisers at this point, but I do have an amendment that I've turned in here, and it's very simple, similar to the previous amendment I had, but more focused in scope to this particular bill. So I would move to amend House Bill 2001 on page 1 in the title in line 5 before the period by inserting prohibiting employer discrimination against employees based on receipt of a COVID-19 vaccine. So that goes both ways, whether you've received one or not. I'll stand for questions.
May I ask for the record that you give us the number?
9143.
Thank you. The senator has explained the amendment. Are there any questions? Again, are there questions from the senator from Martin? Yes, the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a question for the carrier of the amendment. I'm sorry if you explained this earlier. It says, no employer shall discriminate against any employee on the basis of whether such employee has received a COVID-19 vaccine. Is there a definition of discriminate provided I don't see one?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do not have a definition of discrimination. I believe that's already very clear in Kansas statutes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The bill contains in section 1 on the second line and third line, the employer shall exempt an employee from such requirement without punitive action if the employee does these certain things. And my question is for the carrier of the amendment, how is discriminate different than what is already provided in the bill, which states without punitive action?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I suppose it could be slightly different. One might not consider it punitive to be moved to a different office or given a slightly different job, but discriminating or asking someone their vaccination status, and we already have lots of laws on discrimination in the employment place, so I don't think that it's necessary to strictly define it. I believe that's already in Kansas statutes. And in order to keep this amendment very simple and in scope with this bill, I just simply want to keep it as the employer shall not discriminate against any employee based on their vaccination, COVID-19 vaccination status.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, or excuse me, Mr. Vice President. Is there a requirement in the amendment that, I guess my question is, how would an employer know whether the employee has received a COVID-19 vaccination or not?
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, which was what I was trying to do with the previous bill and my previous amendment, is make it so that one could not discriminate based on vaccination status. So this just keeps it in line with how specific this bill is. I would absolutely like this to apply in other public accommodations also, but for right now, this is what I think we can settle for that's germane to this bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, no comment. Are there any other questions? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Vice President. I do think it's important to point out that on page 5 of the bill, punitive action is defined, and it does not contain the word discriminate. So it certainly does lead one to believe that they are different. Thank you.
Senator from Barton, do you care to opine?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would move my amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
Just a moment. I have a senator from Douglas that was standing. Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm still confused on what constitutes discrimination. If the carrier of the amendment could clearly delineate what is discriminatory in nature in the bill versus what is a reasonable action of an employer based upon vaccination status.
Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As I've stated numerous times, we already have employment law that defines what discrimination is. I think one can refer to that definition of discrimination.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go ahead and support this amendment because just like once again, I don't think it does anything. It's just going to confuse people, but it really doesn't do anything. So I think it's benign. I'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think I would just concur to that. I don't know that it functionally does anything in addition to what the underlying bill does, so I don't necessarily have objection.
Seeing no other questions, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would move then to amend House Bill 2001 and ask for a roll call vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those no. Excuse me, I'm afraid to ask for 5 hands. Are there 5 hands? There are 5 hands. Now, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Yeah, roll call vote is in order, and clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Baumgardner. Aye. Billinger. Bowers. Blaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Begg. Bauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reichman. Stephan. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Excuse me, I was asked to ask Senator Alley to repeat his vote. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. The senator from Finney, would you please repeat your vote? Thirty having voted in favor and 6 against, the motion carried. We are now back on the bill. Are there further amendments? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you all for your patience today on the debate and getting where we are. Actually, since we are in this unique posture of having made the motion prior to all this debate, I think we are simply now ready for final action, Mr. Vice President.
See no further questions. We hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call vote, we will take the following. House Bill 2001. The clerk will read the title.
House Bill 2001, an act concerning employer COVID-19 vaccine requirements.
The clerk will call the roll. Just a moment, we don't have all the document here.
That's his
Alley. Baumgardner. Aye. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Orson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland.
Mr. Vice President, we explain our votes an hour later.
Later.
Okay. Aye, and I'll explain my vote later. Thank you.
Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Yes, the senator from Finney.
Can I explain my vote?
I was going to do that next, but I'll go ahead and let you do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I voted no. A lot of things I like about this bill, but I think as a former small business owner, I feel like the employer is very much getting discriminated against on these policies like this, and so consequently I voted no.
Duly noted. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Maybe it's because I turned 60 last month. I need to change my vote to a no, and I'd like to explain my vote. So to explain my daffiness here on the Senate floor. I am voting no on this bill, and here's why. Once again, I think this process has been basically truncated. We did not do the people here in the state of Kansas. We did not give them the right to weigh on the actual language. Again, Mr. Vice President, concern with this bill is that this basically is a canard. It's a red herring. It does not purport to do what many people who are rightly concerned about their employment status, their employers over COVID-19 vaccination think it will. I will be offering, anybody wants to sign on, if for some reason the UI provision of this bill does not go through, I will be offering a UI bill for those to sign on. I'm just concerned that this bill itself is so mangled constitutionally that not only will the supposed provisions that expand the religious exemption be ruled unconstitutional, I think it's going to drag the whole UI language down with it as well too. So I have to vote no, but I will be there for those looking for UI benefits when they get terminated for their employment for not being vaccinated. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Do you wish your words spread on the journal? And going back to the senator from Finney, do you do not? Okay. Is there any more explanation of vote, change of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 25 voting in favor and 13 against. House Bill 2001, this measure having received the required constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Right in the gallery. We'll now turn to the senator from Butler, Senator Masters.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you all. Just a little housekeeping, because now we have to work with the House. The House has recessed until 5, and we will need a little time for the secretaries to transmit the message. My anticipation is they will not adopt our amendments and will ask for a conference committee. And so the goal would be to, just so everybody can kind of go have dinner, we're gonna stand at ease till probably 5:15, let the House send that request over. So the sole purpose of us staying at 5:15 is so we can accede to the request from the House, assign that committee. We have a redistricting online meeting that would be going on in that break. We have, with conference committee would have to meet. So I would not anticipate so 5:15, we'll accede to the request, set a conference committee, and then we'll recess to the sound of the gavel. And I anticipate that gavel not before 7:30, but somewhere around 7:30, 8 o'clock. The redistricting will be done. So I'm saying to say, so you guys would go have dinner between now and 7:30 is what I'm trying to suggest. Any questions on that? Seeing none, Mr. Vice President, I ask that we be at ease until 5:15.
Good, Edward. We will be at ease until 5:15.
Order. The introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Stephan, Straub, Thompson, and Tyson, an act concerning public health.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 2. Messages from the House, clerk will read.
The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2001, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Baker, Owens, and Miller as conferees on part of the House.
On a motion to accede, Chair recognizes Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley.
I move that Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2001.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. As conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Before recessing, are there announcements? The chair recognizes Majority Leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
I move that Senate recess till 8 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The Senate is in recess.
Senate will come to order. On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on HB 2001 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. A second conference on the part of the Senate. The chair appoints the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, and the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republicans will caucus in 548 after the CCRB is sent to your text. It'll be sent, or excuse me, be emailed to your Senate email. And then watch for a text. We will estimate this time between 9 and 9:30. And so I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in our regular room, 287 North, starting at 9:15. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is recessed.